Good day, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Viper, so Viperland, and I'm back here in Robotics to Note Elite. And the fun thing about leaving off on a scene that has no background music is starting on the same scene with no background music. Yeah, we're here. Also, hey, Aramin and Jude, how you both doing tonight? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. We drop in a lot of frames, so yeah, we're up to 38% dropped. I hope it doesn't impact things much, and I hope it clears up. I haven't had any noticeable issues today, but I haven't really done much online stuff today. I've been playing Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, which is single player, so I wouldn't have even noticed if the internet was really bad all day. Fingers crossed. The next day, Akio announces that we have the day off from club, so I have some free time on my hands. Oh yeah, we had just done the very fast-moving robot. Very fast-moving, yes. Which can only mean one thing. We finished the robot, though. Like, that's still huge, even if it moves at even if it would get beaten in a race by your average snail, it works. Kill Ballad. Yeah. That does feel great to play Kill Ballad under the blue sky. I know the sound works. There's just no sound here. It's been almost 2 hours since I ate lunch at home. Oh wait, no, that does mean though, we gotta check for tags and twippos if it's been 2 hours. Central to Nagashima High Robot Club Giant Robot didn't move. Wow, this robot's ugly. Sorry, it made me laugh a little. Japan is peaceful. I started to calm down. Uncle forgot to eat. Yeah, we saw some of those. Today's club activity's off. Today I brought old BL Dojinshi like I was a madman. Sense of money totally destroyed. Just followed my greed. Felt too good. Not that that's what I'm going to be buying, but I will be going to Kinokuniya in probably about 2 weeks, week and a half. I want to go the weekend after Thanksgiving. Sometime after Thanksgiving, but before Christmas. And when I think just BL stuff, I'm like, Kinokuniya. Hurry and get here, damn, I naturally start to smirk, lol. Who's getting there? Oh, ordered it, okay. Keep it to yourself. Played around 2 hours, 26-1, okay. It's been almost 2 hours since yeah, there you go. Feeling really fulfilled. It's been ages since I could play KB without anything on my mind. KB rocks. Got a little out of practice, but it doesn't take long to get back in the flow of things. I input combos slowly, so my muscle memory sets in. This way. I then input them at full speed hundreds of times, mistakes and all. It takes about an hour to warm up. I then start putting my skills to the test online. Doing good. I take a breath and look around the park with IRUO. I spot Irie standing on the roof of the town hall. What's she doing up there? I decided to take a break and check up on her. That's nice of him to interrupt his gaming. I come up near the tower. When I look up at it standing there, I remember the whole typhoon incident and my knee shakes a little. Yeah, it would. I try calling to her. If someone saw me, they'd hear me yelling a girl's name to nobody. They'd probably think I was some weirdo, but they'd also see you staring through your phone and maybe put two and two together that it's augmented reality or something. What is it, Yashio-san? Irie jumps 2 stories down from the roof. Her landing is gentle, weightless even, like she's, an AI. Upon closer inspection, she has a glowing icon on her forehead. She must be in Gejine mode. Wait, if she can switch at will, why does she make me tap her head every time? What were you doing? Confirming the progress of a verification test. Today, Japan Standard Time, year AD 2019, month 8, day 11, is verification test number 2946. A few tests. What's the test for? An experiment using the Eggy system. So basically she's sending that weird noise into space. The reason you're sending that sound into space is classified, right? Do you send it every day? Yes. Have you gotten results? Yes, right now in fact. Huh? What do you mean by... There's a sound from the grass behind me. The sound of something moving? Is it a snake? Maybe a stray cat. If it's a snake, it'd suck to get bit. Maybe I should go up to the 2nd floor instead of standing here and talking. Before I can finish that thought, I nonchalantly look up at the sky and spot something. Before I think, what could be behind me moving around in the glass that could, potentially be here? Yes. Oh yeah, no worries. Rest up. Get yourself some rest. We're literally almost up to 50% frames dropped, so I don't know how much longer I'm going tonight either. But yeah, I'm going to try to power through, but like 50%'s got to be a tipping point or something. But for sure, rest up, feel better. Sorry you're having stomach pains. That's awful. I hope it passes soon. Yeah, we've gone from 35 to 45 just since I started the stream. Not started the pre-roll, but the actual, like, playing. What the heck is that? It's something that looks like a meteorite falling from the sky. But it doesn't seem to be falling very fast. Still, that hit someone in the head. It could be fatal. With the blue sky as its backdrop, the meteorite gradually lowers in altitude. Huh. Space peanut, eventually falling into the grass nearby. There's no huge impact or shaking or anything, it just kind of falls with a tiny thud. I've never seen a meteorite fall so close. Since the crash site is nearby, I walk over without even thinking about it. What the? Well, she said the experiment succeeded, or got results. It's a lot smaller than I thought. It's about the size of a pachinko ball. Oh, it's really tiny then. Surface is black and it looks pretty hard. It's still giving off a red glow, probably from the frictional heat. Why did this fall? I've lived on this island for 18 years, but this is the first time something like this happened. Well, I mean, correct, it's clearly not a peanut once we see it a little up close, but I feel like meteorites fall to the ground, small ones, all the time. You just don't notice it. So I don't know if you could really be like, I've lived here for 18 years and I've never noticed it happen. It's like, it doesn't mean it hasn't happened. It would be related to the sound Gijane sent up, though it's also probably related to that. I cautiously reach out to the meteorite. Oh. It discharged electricity. Taking a closer look, I notice that it's not black so much as it is a rusted color. And its luminescence doesn't go away. Maybe it isn't because of the heat? It almost looks like it's blinking and pulsating from inside. Is that even possible? What the heck is this thing? A monopole. What? Gijane quietly says something. What? Can you say that again? Yes, it's a monopole. Oh, a monopole, eh? What's that? I had no way of knowing it was the name of a Nobel Prize-winning particle that had changed human science and tech forever. Oh, is it now? Okay. I guess that's... Oh. Phase 5 it is. Allow me to explain what a monopole is. Also known as a magnetic monopole. See, if I'd known, I would have just gone to that last time, but who knew? Its existence is yet to be observed in reality, till now. It was a hypothetical elementary particle. The smallest unit that makes up the shape of a substance, but there isn't a precise definition. They call it an antiparticle when a particle opposes a certain particle and has the opposite electric charge. That is, until August 1st, 2019. Or 11th, not 1st. That close, yeah. Sometimes it just works that way. Initially, magnets and ferromagnets were magnetic dipoles, always with a south and a north pole. Substance which contains its own magnetic field. Okay. I know what a ferrofluid is, I didn't know what a ferromagnet was. Transcode internet? Do I? Heckin' 46%. For example, even if one were to break a bar magnet in half, they would not be a separate south pole and north pole. They would simply become two smaller bar magnets, each with their own south poles and north poles. Okay, yeah, that checks out, makes sense. Concerning why magnets always have a south pole and a north pole, this is yet to be fully explained scientifically. The most plausible theory is that it's caused by the movement of electrons spinning around an atomic nucleus. Okay. But to explain it requires a quantum mechanical approach. Clarification via unified field theory is pending. A theory that explains the four fundamental forces, electronic, weak, strong, and gravitational, as manifestations of a single physical principle. If this theory is finalized, it could perhaps explain everything from extremely small universes to galaxy-sized worlds. Also, Sor, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Magnets, how do they work? They are a mystery. I mean, it makes sense that at least some amounts of it could. Like, I don't know enough about magnets to know if, like, oh, this is still unknown. Like, I don't know. I know that, yes, if you take a magnet with a north and a south pole and break it in half, you do end up with two separate magnets, each with a north and a south pole. That I know to be true. But anything deeper than that they talk about, it's like, I don't know. Had to read. Yeah. I mean, you could, but it would just be 5 minutes of... Which, hey, the points could dictate, but yeah. Now I'll explain how a magnet is created. In a magnet, the behaviors of magnetism and electricity are closely related. When an electrical current is passed through a coil, magnetism is created. This is an electromagnet. Also, yes, that is true. Ferromagnets such as iron, cobalt, and nickel also become magnets temporarily upon contact with magnets. Yep, also true, yep. However, their rate of demagnetization over time is high, and magnetism can even be lost within a matter of days. Excuse me. Heating a ferromagnet to its Curie temp causes a phase transition into a paramagnet. Term used to describe the change of substance condition. Some of the types are solid to liquid gas, ferromagnetism, paramagnetism, or high-low vacuum. Huh, I wouldn't have expected vacuum to be a phase type, but we'll go with that. Substance that does not have its own magnetism but is weakly attracted by a magnetic field. Widely exists in the iron-grouped atoms and rare earth atoms. The temperature above which certain materials lose their permanent magnetic properties to be replaced by induced magnetism. It was named after the discoverer. Alright. Atoms in said substances tend to arrange along Earth's magnetism. They face the same direction as geomagnetism. Okay. But geomagnetism is a weak magnetic force, so the number of atoms that face in one direction is not sizable. By heating a ferromagnet to its Curie temp, and aligning the facing of atoms, then cooling it to this state of magnetization, its atoms will keep their alignment. This is called a permanent magnet. Makes sense. Heat it up to the point where things get jumbled around, do the whole, like you've probably seen in school, like experiments of like take a needle or something, or a nail, and rub a magnet against it, align all those atoms, cool it to the point where they don't jumble around a lot, there you go, magnet. Despite its name, the magnetism isn't literally permanent, it just has a very low rate of demagnetization over time. According to Maxwell's equations, which calculate the behavior of electric and magnetic fields, imaginary lines to show the flow of the magnetic field from North Pole to South. This has both electric and magnetic properties predicted by James Clerk Maxwell in 1864. From the effect of both sides, the area itself vibrates and sends out waves to its surroundings. Therefore, it is also called an electromagnetic wave radiation. The different frequencies are called radio waves, infrared waves, visible rays, X-rays, gamma rays, and ultraviolet rays. The WHO has announced that there is no scientific evidence for a causal relation between these rays. However, at the same time, there's no proof against a causal relation existing. Magnetic force can't be broken partway or newly created. This means that it must always flow from a north pole to its corresponding south pole. This also leads to the conclusion that a north pole or south pole cannot exist by itself. However, such a monopole exists right here. Okay, so like a paragraph and a half of stuff saying, hey, this is how magnets work. You always gotta have these two poles. By the way, not this. This changes the relationship between electricity and magnetism. Its existence was only theoretical until now. Simply put, just like a plus and minus can exist independently in electricity, a north pole and a south pole can also exist independently in magnetism. This could be achieved by rewriting a portion of Maxwell's equation to... Enough! Stop! Despite my forceful interruption, Iris shows no displeasure and simply obeys. I guess she's getting it right now. This is all making my head hurt. What's in the hidden temple? Did they? Cool. That was fun growing up. I don't know if I'd watch it now, but cool. I literally have no clue what you're talking about. Magnets! Yeah, magnets are very basic knowledge. I don't care if they are, I just want you to simply explain what a monopole is and why it fell here, that's all. Understood. As I explained, a monopole is a hypothetical elementary particle. The experiment that Master tasked me with was to use the Eggy system to emit electromagnetic waves into Earth's magnetosphere to create a monopole. So it is related to that sound. 2,946 verification tests were performed up until now. This resulted in 2,945 failures and 1 success. Does this mean Ko Kimijima was trying to obtain a monopole? Why? I don't know. Please confirm this with Master himself. You know we can't. You know he's dead. His objective might be written in Kimijima Report number 3 or beyond. You said monopoles are hypothetical particles, so how is this thing actually here? NASA's 2003 Ulysses project resulted in data proving the existence of monopoles in super close proximity to the Sun. Oh, that was in report number 1. Though these research results were suppressed by the Tavistock Institute and the Committee of 300. They put pressure on NASA, eh? The fact that I actually buy that means I've become a full-blown conspiracy theorist. This is really bad. I've been corrupted by Kokimijima. Master obtained the data from NASA in secret and implemented a plan to create a monopole in Earth's magnetosphere. That would be the Eggy system. So you made a monopole by sending buzzing sounds into space. Yes. Correct. She nods like this is the most natural thing in the world. I mean, but it worked, so... Also, 1 second, gotta adjust the mic. Ah, for just a second, the connection meter went green. I was like, oh, maybe we're not dropping as many frames. Is that easy? Not at all. The magnetosphere rotation and revolution of Earth, solar activity, and angle of EM wave emission all influence it. Also, did you not hear her say that she failed almost 3,000 times before getting a success? As far as factors contributing to today's success are concerned, the extreme state of solar activity this year is one. And the other? Your assistance when you opened and shut the radar dome at the top of the transmission tower on July 31st. Oh. That helps too. Good. Actually, it does seem to be green connection for now. Let's cross our fingers. We capped that at 48 now. They're back to red. I had to say it. I had to say it. Huh? Me? Due to your actions, the direction of the antenna was slightly corrected. I believe this coincidental shift in the EM wave emission coordinates contributed to today's success. Yeah, we've been dropping almost 50% of frames since we started. The coordinates have been mapped, and the possibility of creating further monopoles is high. Yeah, of course. Of course. Wait, you're going to make more of these dangerous things fall from the sky? How do you know it's dangerous? I mean, I guess it zapped them a little bit. If they start falling regularly, the park might have to be closed. It'd get harder to spend time here. All I wanted was to relax and focus on gaming. I suddenly realized something. A way to interfere with all of this. So if the antenna's direction is changed, these things won't fall. You literally just made a massive scientific discovery. Like, you literally just found something that people believed couldn't exist. And your first thought is, I gotta screw this up somehow. Because it's interrupting my gaming. I mean, relatable, but then I guess I'll do that. However, to accomplish that, you have two options. Rewrite the ecosystem program, or intentionally change the angle of the antenna each day. Master's instructions were to conduct monopole formation experiments. I reset the optimal coordinates each morning. But my gaming, I'd have to climb the tower every day. Not only would that require a bit of courage on my part, it'd also be a pain in the ass. I guess I'll pass on it for today. Why am I yawning so much tonight? I slept so much last night. 1 second. By the way, what should I do with the monopole that fell here? Yeah, that's fair, but I way overslept the day before, so I was kind of hoping they balanced out a bit, but we all know that's not always how things work out. I don't know if it's quite as crazy as a cure for cancer. We don't really know what the actual effect of this on the scientific world will be, but we do know that, like, you could win a Nobel Prize right there. Stretch to wake back up. I mean, I've been up for hours, but, like, never hurts to give a good, like, stretch. I looked down at the monopole at my feet once again. Huh? For a hot second, I thought I was seeing things. I rubbed my eyes. Something's off. Why does the grass around it look normal, but the rock itself seem blurry? It's like there's a thin haze stretched around the monopole. You could also say it resembles a layer of extremely fine grains of sand. I squint my eyes at it and it looks like those grains are spinning around the stone at high speeds, maybe? They can't actually be spinning around, can they? True, I guess I could add that, like, nothing wrong with that, I just have never really considered it. When I look at the round pachinko ball in the center, I notice something different too. If I had to make a comparison, it looks like an anko bread roll with a cut in it. It has an unexpectedly flat shape. Huh. Please do not make the success of the monopole formation experiment public. Ah, so I guess we can't do that yet. Why not? We do not have Master's approval. We cannot. He is dead. Your master died almost 10 years ago. I couldn't get approval even if I waited 100 years. The experiment was prepared and implemented by Master. Therefore, any public announcement of the discovery monopole involves Master's will. I get what you're saying, but... Besides, I can't always see you do it. Yeah, understandable. Also, announcing such a thing to the world could draw the attention of the Committee of 300. Okay, well that's fair. Kokimijima was extremely cautious when it came to the Committee of 300. They're an organization powerful enough to hide evidence of the monopoles that NASA discovered near the sun. In that case, if I did something stupid like go public about finding a monopole here, my life could be in danger. This is starting to sound like a Hollywood blockbuster. It's too much of for a simple high schooler like me. Okay, Irie-chan, I won't go public with this monopole stuff. Thank you for your cooperation. Also, I'm Gechene. However, the success of this experiment was your achievement, so you have the right to ownership. Excuse me? There are options outside of public announcement. Feel free to take it with you, or dispose of it. Yeah, just throw it in the garbage. It's all well and good, but this is a problem. Even if I wanted to pick it up, it's crackling with electricity, plus it might explode or something. I can't take something that dangerous home with me. But if I left it here, some dog out for a walk or a little kid playing around could end up touching it instead. Because of how slowly it fell, it didn't leave an obvious crater or anything. If someone who didn't know better saw this, they'd probably think it's just some kind of random rock. It makes it even more dangerous. Heck, they could absentmindedly step on it, causing it to discharge electricity. Depending on what happens, it could be a real life-threatening. I should at least move the thing. How? Maybe leave it on the first floor of the local hall? If I leave it under the stairs inside the building, there's almost no chance of a rando careless of stepping on it. The only problem is, well, how do I get it there? Yeah. Is there a way to carry this? That is unclear. It is still an unknown particle after all. By the way, I'm terribly sorry, but could you upload a photo or video of the monopole? Don't take credit for this. Don't share any with anyone, but can you send me a picture? Irie and Gijine have not actually seen it for themselves yet. What? Seriously? If I upload it to IRUO, people from around the world might flood this park. Excuse me. I have no idea what it's worth, but even I know that its discovery is a huge deal. If the world learned of it, there's no way I'd be able to game anymore. I better get dangerous around here too. I don't want that to happen. If you're cool with it, I can take a picture and give Irie-chan the data directly. Understood. I'll designate an upload location. Please send it there. It takes less than 2 minutes to take the photo and upload it to the designated place. I've received the data. It looks like some kind of mineral. Even Master didn't anticipate this form. I didn't ask for your impressions, just tell me how to carry this thing. They should be safe to pick up using non-magnetic rods. I guess I'll give it a shot. I find a couple of tree branches on the ground and try picking it up between them. The haze around the monopole looks like it sways. Is this really going to be okay? The monopole itself looks like it's faintly emitting light from inside it. I'm afraid it could explode at any moment. Let's just hurry and get it inside the building. I mean, I think it's funny that his first thought is really, it's gonna explode, but I guess we don't know what it is. It fell from the sky, it's glowing, are definitely factors. As for what I'm gonna do with this newfound pain in the ass, well, I guess I'll try talking to someone about it. How? You're not supposed to make it public. Who are you gonna talk to? And so 2 days later, I call upon Subaru. I wanted to do it yesterday, but my grandparents from Kagoshima came to visit, so I couldn't get out of that. Since it's the Oban holiday, the Robot Club is on break. I get to chill at the park without a worry in the world, and I get to avoid Akiho's lectures. Perfection. After killing some time playing KB, Subaru shows up right on schedule. Hello. Sorry for calling you all the way out here during break. Subaru's house is in the Nakatane-cho, so it must have taken him more than 30 minutes to get here by scooter. Subaru doesn't seem to mind all that much. I've actually been fairly bored. I have no hidden hobbies to immerse myself in these days. He says somewhat lightheartedly. But thanks to that, I'm treading thin ice by being forced to help build Prez's robot and the like. So he says, but he doesn't seem too bothered by it. By the way, if this is about Robo 1, then it's been cancelled. Whoa, why? Oh wait, no, this is a different day, hold on. Warning, oh yeah, we saw that. Why doesn't Morocco's kitchen air in Tanegashima? I will not forgive them. Not like it's a problem since I watch it on Nico vid, it's too easy. Woofu, but dang, olive oil is too dirty, lol. Keep it to yourself. My head itches a lot. I know the reason though. I haven't taken a bath for like 3 days. Why would you post something like this? At least take baths. I can't work with you like that. Completely tossed out femininity, figuring no one's looking, huh? It's gotta be that one. Like, if you want to work together, you gotta occasionally bathe. Since this week is Oban, the dojo is very quiet. It's nice sometimes. Played while I was waiting, about 30 minutes, 5-0. Oops. It's Oban, but I won't be able to come home this year. Sorry, Dad. Aww. Her dad's still around and kicking then. It confirms that he's still around. Let's be honest. The likelihood of him still working at that one CRT shop is pretty high. I feel like this has not killed his love for CRT TVs, this being the, like, decade. Seeing a CRT store in, like, 2009 would have been rare enough, but imagine it in 2019. I thought he'd be feeling down, but I guess not. Our son may be surprisingly tough. Maybe my advice worked. Yeah, that's what it is. Oh, really? Blog update. The CEO of RI Tojiyoshi roars at Electro Exoskeleton. Kurokane is annoying, but what Tojiyo is saying is right. If this keeps up, the robot boom will end. It doesn't take much to end a boom. CEO of RI is way too pissed to lol. To RI company, this is a life or death situation. If the robot industry's image goes down, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good. Kurokane is totally in XK bashing mode. What Tojiyo-san said is correct. If this keeps going on, next year's expo might be cancelled too. Yo, it won't. There's only like half a year left. How much money do you think the city and country put into the expo? No way they're gonna cancel. Yes, next year's Tokyo Expo is called Robot Expo, but that doesn't mean only robots are displayed. In Shinagawa and Toyoshu, they have regular stages. The city of Tokyo is full of robots. If the distrust of robots increases, locals will start feeling uneasy. It could be like the US rioting if this keeps going on. I know Kurogane pointed it out, but Japanese people are calm, so riots won't happen. Plus, Tokyo is full of people who don't care. Ooh, don't worry, robots will not attack humans. There's something called the 3 principles of robotics. The 3 principles of robots mean nothing if they're uncontrollable. Telling robots to go out of control is wrong. XK should seriously show some remorse. There is the solar disturbance thing too. I think it's okay to use tax money for serious cases like this. Yep. The riots and such in America, yeah. Isn't that what you called me here about? Bzzzt, nope. And is this about the operation test for Model 1? There's no way you're going to guess why we called you here. There's no way. I heard it went horribly, as expected. Wow. It's not about that. What do you want? You didn't call me all the way out here for nothing, did you? I wanted to show you something. Yeah, I went back to Town Hall and grabbed the monopole earlier. It's currently in my hands. Oh, so you can just... it's wrapped in a large towel inside a knapsack I don't use anymore. Okay. I carefully pull it out, towel and all, and present it to Subaru. What is this? Want to take a guess? You'll never guess. Some sort of dry ice? I guess you could say that, given its misty aura. 2 days have passed since it fell. Nonetheless, there are still countless small particles cycloning on the surface of the monopole. Look carefully at the rock itself. Is this some new age religious indoctrination deal? We're gonna mind control you into a cult. Just look at it, look! It's glowing slightly. Try touching it. It's pretty shocking. Shocking? Subaru, although hesitant, directly touches the monopole with his index finger. Let's see. Never heard of any mineral that discharges electricity this intently. What exactly is this thing? This is just between you and me. But a new elementary particle. I beckon Subaru's face closer to mine. It's a monopole. He glares at me. Is this where I'm supposed to laugh? Does it look like I'm joking? Monopoles have yet to be observed in reality. Well, observe away. How do you know it's a monopole? Did someone tell you that? Well, you know, things will get messy if I tell him about Ko Kimijima, let alone Irie. Let's just say I have connections. So what is this thing really? He has zero intention of believing me, eh? Come on, Subaru-kun, can't you just trust your eyes? Just take what's in front of you for what it is. This is crazy mysterious, right? You've never seen anything like it, have you? You're sounding really suspicious, Senpai. What the heck, man? I just want to consult with you as a fellow man. I'm disappointed in you. I didn't ask for that. How can you be so cold after I helped you out with the whole Robo 1 thing? Please don't act like I owe you something. We made an agreement and I held up my end of the bargain. It's not like you volunteered to help. Plus, the whole thing fell apart anyways. Yeah, it's 3 strikes against them. Well, fine. Be that way. If you want to take that attitude with me, we're done here. That's all, folks. Head on home. I melodramatically sigh and gaze at the monopole in my hand. What should I do now? What do you mean? I'm thinking of just tossing it. Really? Of course, I don't want this to become a big deal or anything. Even if it turns out to be an actual monopole, you could receive tremendous amounts of recognition and praise. I just want to be number 1. Yashio-senpai, I always heard you were a weirdo, but now I am utterly convinced that you actually are. Kinda late for that, no? Everyone who joins the robot club is a weirdo. Please don't lump me together with the rest of you. You're a weirdo. I mean, why are you still here? If you're not going to help me figure this out, go home. Subaru lets out a disappointed sigh. But he doesn't move from where he's standing. This is absurd, but I suppose I can chat for a bit. You already took the half-hour ride down, like... You're seriously that bored, Subaru-kun? Yes. I bet you don't have any friends. Look who's talking. True. This dude always has to have the last word. Now, putting aside whether that thing is a monopole or not, if you want to keep this a secret, I suggest disposing of it in the ocean. There's one problem with that. The monopole fell here from the sky. Subaru's clearly sneering at me. Is that right? It fell? So? Apparently there's a chance that more will fall here in the near future. Basically, it'll be dangerous if we don't close the park off. Imagine something this big falling from the sky. Plus, there's a chance that someone might pick it up and start shouting about how they found a monopole. Any ideas as to how to avoid all that? Just close the park. Look, this is my spiritual oasis, my home base. I want to avoid that if I can. You're so whiny. Then we have no other choice. We either close the park or let people make a big deal out of the monopoles. Then no matter what option we go with, I won't be able to hang out here anymore. That sucks. Correct, and if that thing really is a monopole, it would be the discovery of the century. Then, I guess we only have one other option. I like how he knew what monopoles were to begin with. Like, I wouldn't know. If somebody's like, hey, I found a monopole, I'd be like, you found a what? And that would be... Stop the monopoles from raining down on the park. Senpai, that's ridiculous for even you and your delusions. Are you screwing with me? The D word. I actually can do it, though it's a little terrifying and a pain in the ass. If I climb the tower every day and change the direction of the antenna, no more falling monopoles. Fiend. That's what Irie told me. To be fair, she said it could interfere, because she resets her calibrations every day, but what if she finds another way, another angle or whatever, to make a monopole? The more efficient way to solve this mess involves the Eggy system, yeah? Weird device hidden on the first floor of the old local hall. I guess you'd have to rewrite its program or whatever to stop it. It's then that Irie's lonely face crosses my mind. Can't believe I'm letting myself be influenced by an AI's words. I don't understand. I seriously can't deal with this anymore. I am going. Subaru cuts his words off abruptly. His eyes are looking past me. He then lowers his shoulders, exasperated. What's up? We have a visitor. He points his chin in a direction. I follow with my eyes and finally see what he's talking about. Of course. Just giggling in the distance. Akio is hiding behind a tree, watching us with sparkling eyes. Yeah. She legit looks like she wants in. If Akio were a dog, her tail would be wagging violently right about now. I wonder why she's watching from all the way over there. It's me. Did you call her Subaru-kun? Not cool. I sought your advice as a fellow man. Thought you were the one who brought her here, Yashio-senpai. If neither of us called her here, then I guess it's just coincidence, or she followed one of you. What a mess. I wanted to avoid letting Akio in on this if possible. She has the biggest mouth in the world. You could always just ignore her? It's never gonna work. Ever, ever, ever. If I did that, she'd never let me hear the end of it. I sigh and wave Akio over to us. She immediately jumps up from behind the tree like she was waiting for this moment. She might as well be skipping. Seems like the Boys Alliance is having a mighty interesting little conversation. How long have you been here? Since Subaru arrived. This whole time, eh? Did you follow me here? Bingo! Of course she did. Of course she did. Why the sound effect at the end? Why not the sound effect at the end? Look, if you saw Subaru in Minamitane-cho, you'd be suspicious too. So you heard everything, eh? Yup. Please don't be so proud of your creepy eavesdropping. Excuse me. Kai, I'm so hyped right now. I mean, are you kidding? You discovered a monopole. I swiftly closed in on Akio and shoved 4 fingers into her mouth. Oh. Rude. What did you do that for? If you keep yelling like that, someone's gonna hear you. Keep it down, okay? Yeah. I mean, what if that's a real monopole? It'd be a huge waste to just dump it, so she knows what that is too. Which means only Kaito didn't know what it was. Yeah. Why didn't you try to stop him, Subaru? You know what a monopole would be worth. Monopoles have not been proven to exist. It's absolute nonsense to think that one just happened to drop into this park out of nowhere. Even the worst novel imaginable is written better than that. But it's not like Kai has ever mentioned monopoles before. That word is easily in the top 10 list of things Kai would never ever say. Gee, thanks. Well, when I heard about it, I figured it was a detergent or a pole for hanging stuff on or something. And now Kai's suddenly talking about them? It's gotta be real. Someone must have talked him into believing it. He's being conned. Ah, good point. Kai does have a tendency to easily believe people. Oh please, you're way more gullible than I am, Aki-chan. You big jerk. Here we go again. Who cares about me? Anyway, isn't it more exciting to think positively? Instead of assuming it's not a monopole, let's think about what would be possible if it were one. That's way better. Dream a little. It's lame to just think of ways to get rid of it. Aki-chan, don't make me repeat myself. Keep it down. If you can't do that, I'll shove my fingers up your nose this time. Is that what you want? No, please don't be weird. Just because you're Kai doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Akio's finally realized that I'm being serious and steps back a little. I guess my threat worked. Whatever, let's hear your so-called positive thoughts on this. Then we can consider where to go from there. So basically, what could we use the monopole for? A giant bipedal robot, duh! I mean, that was always going to be the answer. I figured you'd say that, yup. Well, according to Irie and Gijine, I have the right to use the monopole any way I like, so it shouldn't be an issue. You mean on Model 1? Well... Akio lowers her voice. She then glances at me, and immediately fakes a smile. Let's just think about how we could use it for giant bipedal robots in general and not limit ourselves to gun build 1. Okay, raise your hand if you have a proposal. Unexpectedly, Subaru voluntarily raises his hand first. An old sci-fi novel apparently depicted monopole engines in its stories. What were they like? The engines with monopoles. Since I've never read it, I don't know the specifics. But basically, it was an engine capable of producing immense energy. So if we were to use the monopole, an engine would be the best application. Despite everything he said, I'm guessing Subaru actually enjoys talking about this kind of stuff. Didn't he say he was going home not too long ago? Like twice, yeah. He sure doesn't show any signs of leaving. In fact, he's dead serious. An engine, huh? Let's say the batteries and charger were still normal. Would an awesome engine make any difference? Since it can store massive amounts of energy in a short period of time, a diesel engine wouldn't even compare. I bet it'd be super expensive. Aki-chan, positivity goes out the window if we start worrying about money at this point. Alright, sorry, that's a bad habit of mine. The struggles of a poor club president. But I do think it'd be quite a challenge to extract energy from a monopole. Are you supposed to combust and compress it? What about fuel? You might get an idea if you read a novel that talks about monopole engines. I don't have one though. Ah, maybe we have one in the study at home. My dad's really into that kind of stuff. But then again, I feel like most of the time those things are never reproducible in real life. Yeah, somebody who wrote about the existence of something maybe existing and using it for energy in the future might be very different from the actual thing. I wonder if there are any ways we can utilize a monopole that are closer to home. I don't know if close to home means much when we're dealing with an unknown particle. Hush, Kai. I don't know, for example, a beam weapon or something. Chorus. Excuse me? You know, energy for a beam weapon, a rifle or a saber. The monopole could be used to power it. So much for close to home. That has the same issue as the engine. How do we extract the energy? Plus we'd have to minimize the size, at least smaller than an engine, or else it wouldn't work. What about a cannon? Here we go again. One on both shoulders. Got it. Yeah, if it's asymmetrical, obviously. No good. Our president sure does love our cannons. Oh, wait. Let's equip it on the head and make a high mega particle. Why are you so insistent on weapons? Because she's a big mega fan, you fool. Because we have to fight. Against who? Weren't you the one who suggested we should try to stick close to home? With no means by which to fight back, Akio shuts down. She then pouts. It's just fun having silly conversations like this is all. You're both just like Misa. You always cut straight to the point on the phone or when we talk. Sorry that I don't want to waste 30 minutes to an hour on meaningless chit-chat just so I can communicate my message. I won't mention who I'm talking about, of course. Fine then, in all seriousness, a monopole is basically a magnet, right? It's called a magnetic monopole for a reason. I guess the first thing that comes to mind that uses magnets on gun build are the motors. Could we substitute them with monopoles? If we can use the monopole as an extremely powerful magnet, maybe we can drastically increase the motor's power. In other words, we could solve the issue of gun build 1's sluggish walking speed. Sluggish is putting it lightly, yeah. Yeah, sluggish is an understatement. Besides, I don't think the motors are the only issue. Just because a monopole is a mystical rare particle doesn't mean it's as powerful as a raw material. Even if you were to use it as a magnet, it's possible that it'd be weaker than a normal one. Plus, if we were to use it on Model 1's 6 motors, the single monopole that Senpai has is nowhere near sufficient. Kai. Akio slowly approaches me and grabs both of my hands. She looks at me straight in the eyes. Make more monopoles rain down. Since when did I become the Rain Man? Didn't you say you could stop them from raining down? So I figured you could probably also do the reverse. That's actually fair. Well, I can't. I glance up at the sky, but no monopoles conveniently fall to the ground. Oh, that would be great. Even then. Then let's wait for some. Akio announces. Guess we're just sitting in the park waiting. It's foolish to think something would happen just because we sat around for a few hours. Take a look at Akio, who's patiently waiting even though the sky has turned red and nothing's happened. What a waste of time. When this first started, she sat in front of the old local hall with bated breath. It wasn't long before she hit her limit and moved over to the park lawn. She then killed time playing with a neighbor's dog who had dropped by for a walk. Adorable. Akio soon headed to a bench near the lake and playground. Finally, she zoned out on the viewing platform. That's our current situation. Spending half the day in this old park during vacation sure has been a giant waste of time. You were going to spend a half day here playing the game in this park. You're just mad you didn't play your game. Granted, I've been playing KB the whole time, so it works. That's not a waste. It's exactly what you were going to do. How is it? That sounds like a win. You got to do what you were going to do anyway with friends. What is youth? Youth is like a spring breeze drifting over the ocean. Now fly away by spreading your wings. The dream you are chasing is across the ocean. Took a bath because you made me. A lot of filth came off, lol. A Korean Frautan has been born. I don't think we made her, but tonight's dinner, barbecue, delicious. What's a cannon? Aki-san said it's a gun that you carry on your shoulder. A gun that you place on a battleship, a gun you hold in your hand, place on your shoulder. Yeah. Nothing's coming down. Want to come eat? But I refuse. Oh, sorry. Played 3 hours, 42. Includes fun games with 2 bored people. I crushed them. Of course you did. Why won't any fall? Akio continues to look up at the sky tirelessly as she mumbles to herself. She's been doing this all day. It's already miraculous that a single one fell here. That's if it's actually a monopole, of course. Shocked Subaru stuck around the whole time. Despite his indifferent tone, he's clearly interested in this whole monopole thing. That being said, it's been mostly quiet. Nobody's been talking. Just like I ignored Akio this entire time by playing KB, Subaru was also reading a book on his phone droid. Kai, did a monopole really fall from the sky? Hey, Kai. Could you stop gaming for like 1 sec? Good grief. Aki-chan, friendo, could you not bother me? You should know when I'm trying to concentrate by now, right? If you keep bucking me, I won't hesitate to headbutt you, got it? Oh, are you referencing the Raging Dive? I'm not. I don't even know what that is. For real? It's Bolt Villian's finishing move. That clutch Raging Dive in episode 112 gets me hyped every time. Are you even listening? I like that he plays a fighting game based off of the show she loves more than anything. And even though you'd figure they take the moves from that show and put it in the game, he knows nothing of the show. He plays those units and against those units in the game, but he knows nothing. Like you have to try to remain that ignorant of something that you play constantly. I can't respond to things I don't understand. Can't you be more like Subaru-kun and be quiet? If I don't watch the sky, how will we know if a monopole falls or not? I doubt it's going to happen today. Why don't you just give up and go home? You jerk. I bet you were just thinking that I'm in the way. Well, you're not wrong. Why are you so mean? Come on, at least react. About 4 hours ago, we had a similar back and forth. It's impressive that she can maintain her enthusiasm for this long. It's admirable in a weird way. Hey, Kai. Akio's tone drops a little. I guess she's calmed down. She casts her gaze out to the park and whispers. I guess she intends to completely ignore my request for silence. Yes, she does. Fine, I can play along for a little while. I don't need her getting upset again. You know how you climbed the tower the other day? Was that related to this whole monopole thing? Yup. Did one fall because you climbed the tower? I suppose you could say that. So that's why you did something so dangerous. You went that far to get one, but now you want to get rid of it? I don't know what you're trying to do, Kai. I didn't climb the tower to get a monopole, just for the record. So is it a total coincidence that you got your hands on one? Precisely. By the way, for some reason, Akio lowers her voice and begins to whisper to me. If we sold the monopole, how much do you think we could make? Don't do that. I'm not going to answer your question, because the answer will make you go and sell it. I don't know, I can't even begin to imagine the number. Isn't there a thrift store in Nishinomoto? I doubt they'd be able to buy it off us. No, we can't just sell it to a random thrift store. You have to sell it to someone who understands its true value. Like a research lab or a big company. If we sell it to someone who knows its value, we might be able to make tens of millions of yen. Tens of millions. My New Year's money wouldn't be an issue anymore. Akio looks totally enraptured. Aki-chan, careful not to drool. I'm not drooling yet. Despite her hurried objection, she rushes to wipe her mouth. Lots of money, you know. I don't think it should be monopolized by any one company. Subaru finally opens his mouth after a long period of silence. Only a small group of people would be able to benefit from it. We should be more open and share the information with the masses. That'll speed up the research process. He's right, if we were allowed to make it public. Agreed. The committee, if they got it, they'd just put a cap on it and pretend it never happened, just like the Ulysses project. Agreed. With me, Yashio-senpai. Didn't you say that you wanted to get rid of it in secret? I'm just saying this if we choose to sell it. He puts away his phone droid and looks over to the rocket launch pad, visible in the distance. I still don't think we should stay quiet about this. I think we should at least inform JAXA about it. We know people there at least, like the Prez's father and Tenochi-san. To not make this incredible discovery public, the discovery of our lifetime even, would be a betrayal to society. I couldn't help myself. What is it? Betrayal to society, huh? Talk about scale, Subaru-kun. I'm just saying it's that much of a big deal. It's like you have no clue how much a monopole is really worth, Kai. It's like he doesn't. If news got out that a monopole was discovered, the world would be turned upside down. She's absolutely right. This is how incredible a monopole truly is. For the first time in a while, Subaru and Akio are on the same page instead of butting heads. But somewhere deep inside, I'm still not convinced. He didn't believe me at all when I claimed it was a monopole a few hours ago. All the more reason why we should entrust it to JAXA so they can examine it properly and find out for sure. I refuse. Do you intend on obstructing scientific progress just because you want to avoid a little fuss? Yep. That's not actually true. Iris said she didn't want it to be publicized. She said the Committee of 300 would take notice that it'd be dangerous. She told me that Ko Kimijima was murdered. We don't know by whom, but there's no way it's unrelated to the committee. He tried to reveal their conspiracy. If the Igi system Ko Kimijima left can track monopoles and the committee finds out about it, well, they'll try to make contact with me and the people around me. Depending on the situation, we might even be killed. I get that this whole conspiracy thing is a little much, but it's a fact that Ko Kimijima was murdered. So I can't afford to take chances. If this discovery can flip our world upside down, even more reason to be careful. No means no, I'm not going to go through that kind of hassle. Oh, but I'm down with using it ourselves. Iris said she didn't mind that either. You're unbelievable. This is total nonsense. Nonsense or not, no means a no. If you tell an adult about this, I'm going to reveal that you're Mr. Pilates. Please don't do that. Kai. Akio suddenly stares into my eyes with a concerned look on her face. Are you okay? What do you mean? You're being really stubborn right now, more than usual. You never like this when it comes to stuff outside of video games. I'm a little worried. Plus, you've been acting weird lately. You're hiding something from me, aren't you? Yeah, and she's really perceptive. She's sharp. She knows me too well. That being said, it's not like I promised you I wouldn't keep secrets. I've done lots of things behind your back in the past. Huh? Like what? That's a secret. Akio gets all mopey. Recently you've been doing all kinds of things alone. Are you sure you haven't gotten yourself into some weird trouble? She knows too much. Oh, come on. How weird could this island get? Be serious. This place is prime countryside nothingness, lost to the flow of time. Despite my own words, the reality is that this island is overflowing with mystery. I had no clue about until a month ago. I always thought this island was empty. Things I thought were ordinary were actually bizarre upon closer inspection. And once you make the first discovery, well, everything starts to seem suspicious, just like that local hole remains right over there. Or the mass animal deaths that Juna told me about. Anyway, stop making me worried, okay? Don't ever do something like you did during the typhoon. Yeah. You and I are one body, one soul. I know. One body, one soul, eh? Subaru's off to the side listening. He's probably going to get the wrong idea about our relationship. But the phrase is fitting for the two of us. We both get attacks and do our best to help each other out. Akio stretches her arms and looks up at the sky again as she takes a deep breath. I guess we can call it for today. Are you going to be okay staying out this late, Subaru? Is your father going to get mad again? No, it's not like I'm building hobby robots or anything. You could waste your time doing anything except robots. He's not going to get mad that I spent my time zoning out in the park. It's so weird that he's not going to get mad about you wasting time in the park, but he's going to get mad about robots. I just figured he might get the wrong idea if he knows you're with us. You think there's someone in this park who'd tattle on me? Besides, my dad doesn't involve himself in my relationships. He doesn't care who I hang out with. Though, if he saw how weird you and Yashio-senpai are, he may very well tell me to stop hanging out with you. Hey, you big meanie. If Kai and I are weirdos, then you're a weirdo too, Subaru. Please don't lump me together with you two. Hey, Kai, say something. This is a repeat of a conversation from a few hours ago. It's not like he's wrong, so who cares? Me too, Kai? Akio then takes a breath. But thank you, Subaru, she says in a serious voice. Excuse me? Thanks for not quitting the robot club and for helping us make Gun Build 1. I'm really grateful. Not staying in the robot club to make you happy, Prez. I just don't want my connection to Mr. Pilates to leak, that's all. He looks away as if he's trying to hide his blushing face. He's not very honest with himself. So, you're not going to build hobby robots anymore? Have you ever considered rebuilding M45 or... Probably not. I see. That stinks. I thought the honorary Prez would finally have a friend. A friend? Akio's words are probably coming straight from her heart. She tends to think of robots as living things. Oh, but you don't hate robots or anything, right? You still like them, right? It's very important. She has to know. Subaru is so flustered that he turns to me for help. This is pretty entertaining, so I pretend to not notice his gaze. Akio is infinitely passionate when it comes to robots, so sometimes she'll start asking serious questions like this out of nowhere. It's like she just professed her love to someone and is eagerly waiting for a reply. I get Subaru's reaction. I don't hate them, I've just given up on them. Okay. Then Akio glances over at me. She squares up at Subaru again as if she's made up her mind about something. Just to let you two know, I'm thinking of making Gun Build 2. Pardon me? Let's build a life-size gun barrel prototype model 2. Yeah, of course, we just finished one robot. Why not build another? Gun build 2 for short. Well, what do you know? You're really going to do this? Yeah. I'm thinking about accepting Tennoji-san's offer. We built the one we wanted to make, now we can... Look, it's not that I'm giving up on gun build 1. But I learned from our test run the other day that we're never going to win at first at the expo with it. That is a sound decision. That's a really mature decision for you to come to, Aki-chan. Well, I mean, she never promised that it would win first at a show. She promised it would get finished. And it got finished. Her promise is kept. Now she can work on something that can win. After the test run the other day, she did seem very conflicted. She must have made her decision during the Oban holiday. Excuse me. As someone who actually piloted that thing, we should seriously never turn it on, ever again. For real. You've no idea how terrifying it was for me. Don't talk about Gun Build 1 like that. And it's not that Subaru convinced me to change my mind. I decided for myself that this is the best path moving forward. Is that right? Subaru's expression remains as composed as ever. I didn't expect you to budge, Prez. So yeah, I have no problems with this. Anyway, you're going to be helping me design Gun Build 2. Me? You better put your money where your mouth is after all that smack talk. So please help us. I'm not taking no for an answer. Fine. I'm in. You didn't even flinch. This is such a huge deal for me. I just don't want to freak out about it. Consider my position for once. It still pains me that I'm helping you guys out behind my dad's back. I don't even want him to find out the truth again, or ever, so I'm going to keep working in secret. I don't mind designing it, but please do not make my name public at the expo or anything. You're already primed and ready to go, eh? I can't help but grin. You didn't even consider that we might get DQ'd or during inspections or not finish the robot in time. Well, that's... judging by his reaction, it's pretty clear that he's actually excited. I understand. You can do it in hiding. By the way, Subaru isn't the only one participating in the... Though Subaru isn't the only one participating in the making of Gun Build 2. Kai, June, and Fraubo will all be chipping in. Gun Build 1 was the crystallization of Robot Club alums' sweat and tears. Sweet. But Gun Build 2 is different. The 5 of us will be making it ourselves, with help from literally NASA. Let's make a robot that only we can build. Well, literally a space program. We only have 6 months left, but we have a sponsor now, and JAXA will support us too. We can do it! I know we can. Hey, Kai. It's not just the 2 of us anymore. Now there are 5 of us. The best giant bipedal robot that we can make right now. That's the concept behind Gun Build 2. Just talking about it's getting me hyped, of course. She starts talking to herself and gets fired up all on her own. Granted, she did just make a huge decision, so I understand. Come on guys, get more hyped up. Here, give me your hands. The clueless Subaru and I stick our hands out, Akio began stacking hers and ours on top of each other. Central T Robot Club, a blast of spirit. Of course. She launches her hand in the air and shouts alone. Ah, you guys gotta say it too. Is that some kind of cheer? How are we supposed to know what to say when you just come up with it yourself? By the way, I'm assuming Central T refers to Central Tanegashima High. Yeah, almost certainly. I don't think I've ever heard it shortened like that though. Sorry to be a party pooper, but I don't intend on ever being a pilot again. Come on, is now really the time to say that? Question. Subaru meekly raises his hand. Will you be helping with the design? If so, our design philosophies are completely at odds. How will you remedy this? Ah, yes, he wants to build a real robot and you want to build a super robot. Well, we just gotta talk it over, maybe. She's got no clue. This is the part where we're supposed to be hyped for the future. You guys are such party poopers, I swear. I wanted us to come together for this. My bad, but this is who I am. Listen, once the Oban holiday is over, we're going to meet with JAXA. You have to be there, no skipping. Fine, fine. Not that I'm going to be very useful, but whatever. She's as pushy as always. I can't help but smile bitterly. Doesn't really bother me though. That's just Akiho's nature. I was a little worried because she seemed pretty down after Gunbuild 1's failed test run, but I guess it's fine. A new robot, huh? I can't begin to fathom what it's going to look like. But I sure hope it's something a little better than Gunbuild 1. A little better. Ah, Subaru's point of view. I get out of the bathtub and dry my hair with a towel as I return to my room. Since it's the middle of summer, even though I'm in shorts and a t-shirt, it's still hot enough for me to sweat. That's why my glasses have fogged up. Since I can't see anything, I wipe the lenses with my towel. My vision suddenly started to fall apart during junior high school. I spent a lot of time reading books and hobby robot manuals with a desk light, so it's no wonder I needed glasses. Pretty sure that's not what causes... Sure. I think my dad got mad at me for it, so that was the first time I got scolded for my interest in hobby robots. How dare you read so much? Now you need glasses. Like... What? Robots, eh? The Prez's words from this afternoon are still with me. Thinking of making Gunbuild 2. My gaze is subconsciously pointed towards the corner of my room. There's a cardboard box sitting there. The top is wide open. Through the opening I can see numerous pieces of hobby robot parts. My partner, the same robot who won 3 consecutive Robot 1 tournaments, was stored in there after I dismantled it. The reason why I put it in such a clear place is to show Dad that I haven't touched it since I took it apart. But even after dismantling it and not being able to tinker with it anymore, I wanted my late partner to be nearby. I stand in front of the box and stare deep into it. I don't dare touch it. I promised myself I wouldn't when I took M45 apart, so all I can do is look. You're going to be helping me design Gunbuild 2. Hey, M45? I wonder why I've already put an end to it. I gave up on my dream, my hobby, and decided to follow in Dad's footsteps. When I think about getting to help to build a brand new robot, I can't help but burst into a smile, even though I took you apart. I'm excited about building a new robot again. I tried my best to keep my cool in front of the Prez and Yashio-senpai, but I think the last time I was this excited was when I won my first Robo 1 as Mr. Pilates. I'm sorry, M45, but it looks like I'm going to keep dreaming for just a little while longer. This will be my last dream, and I won't fail this time. Watch over me. Now then, where am I going to drop the blueprints? Yeah, that'll be hard. The last day of the Oban holiday. I followed Akiho to the hangar to find Doc loading up Model 1's engine. Alright, I'm taking it. Okay, I'm counting on you. It's not your fault it broke, it's the damn Minato who sent us the defective part. Minato is the owner of Minato Motors. He's not a bad guy, but compared to Kamata Motors, he's less cooperative. But you're the ones who mounted it without proper maintenance, just remember that. I will. I'll give you the overhaul for free, since you've been regular customers as of late, to say the least. I'll haul it back here once it's fixed. Catch you later. Doc gets off on the truck loaded with the engine and takes off. Also, it's a new day. Check for tags. The lower half and the upper half still have separate tags. I get hyped from thinking about yesterday. I didn't think it would really fall. It was worth it waiting at the park for 5 days. She really just can't not tell people about these things. Super excited. I just saw something crazy. I want to say, but I can't. But everybody knows that if you just wait at the park for 5 days, you'll see something crazy fall from the sky now. Anyway, I was going to cry at that moment from being so impressed and touched. The hyped feeling and sad feelings, they're fighting inside me. Really can't talk about it. What happened? I want them to stop saying that it's Big Sis's fault. That was an accident, and no one XK was intending to do that. But they still air those words to the public. It's so harsh. It makes them look bad. You people who don't care about XK will feel bad if they get bashed down too much. Then Misane's side will be fine. People only look at what's in front of them. Can't be helped. To be fair, it is XK's bad. I'll be positive. No, I'm not gonna think about it. Just change the hype energy to power, one for all. Shing. Just noticed that I haven't cut my hair for over a year. Just gonna leave it that way. Yup. Hair is like carpet. Just cut it yourself. You don't care how it looks, right? There's salons on the island, so maybe get it cut? Oh, but you are miserable at places like that, huh? Guess we'll go with that one. Still a secret, sorry. It's still a secret that I'm going to constantly tweet about. Play 2 hours at the hangar, 23-0. What is Boltvillian? A power-type robot kill ballad. A robot that can shoot and kill ballad. A robot that is good at aerial combat. I don't remember which it is. I want to say it was the sniper one? I'm going to go with that. If you stay on Mizane side... Oh, that's us. That's all our stuff. Why do I have to stand by at the teacher's office on a Sunday? We used to let the kids manage themselves, and it was fine. Beyond bored. Model 1 has room for improvement. Just tweaking it a bit would make it better. Thinking about the looks later. Kids these days don't know when to quit. 5 service robots destroyed in Shinjuku, Tokyo. Destroying 5 in a row is kind of like a blowout, lol. I understand that feeling. They get in the way, and plus they talk to you even though you didn't ask anything. I was irritated from work, so I kicked them. Wow. Excuse me, sorry. If you do too much, I heard you get reported, even though they are machines. You don't need robots. Who's going to stop them when they go out of control? This is also Exoskeleton Company's fault. You were doing fine, even though we had some concerns. Because XK dealt with it horribly, the frustration was taken on service robots that have nothing to do with this. I mean, there are many men who lost their jobs to those machines. Of course this is going to be a battle. Speaking of, RI is making service robots, right? What Kurakane said in the interview became reality. Excuse me, I don't know. Very, very hiccupy tonight. I think they should should sue XK. Seriously. Or what? What are they going to sue them? Like, alright. That old man's been a lot nicer to Akio these days. Maybe she's been better about paying him? That's probably it. Definitely professional of him, but it's also kind of cold how quickly he switches his tone. Akio watches the truck drive off with a lonely expression on her face. Even after the truck vanishes, she's still standing in place. So, you're gonna fix Model 1, eh? Yep. I feel bad leaving it broken like that. You're always pretty attached to it. Yeah, I guess I am. Model 1 is outside of the hangar. The upper and lower body parts are still attached, but since the engine is gone, the bolts are barely in place. Seeing it lying out in the open like that is sad even when compared to its years of neglect inside the hangar. The cover tossed over it is just icing on the cake. Akio walks over to Model 1 and lovingly puts her hand on the thin arm sticking out from the cover. I've poured so much love into it, plus Misa designed it. He's like our child in a way. Well, I guess it's more accurate to say he's all the Robot Club's child. Don't they always say that the more troublesome a kid is, the more lovable they are? Do they? I think I finally understand that now. It's amazing. You're gonna be an awesome mom in the future. Heh. But you are halting development on him, right? Yep. I plan to have him built properly for another event, but not for the expo. I don't know when that'll be, but I'm thinking I'll just chip at him bit by bit, just like I've always done, even if I gotta do it alone. I think there are things I can do in parallel with Gunbuild 2's development, too. What about the storage fee? The VP seems like she'd hate stuff like that. I'll just have to be persistent about negotiating. Persistent, she says. Ever since Akio became president, she's mostly forced her way through things, a far cry from negotiating. But we gotta prioritize Gunbuild 2 from here on out. It's fair. Oh, a message. Speak of the devil, maybe. Akio checks her phone drawer and I step away. Subaru's inside the hangar. He's sitting at the work desk in the corner with an open notebook, writing something down. We didn't ask him to come in today, yet here he is nonetheless. And not just today, he's been dropping by every day since the day before yesterday. I asked him what he was doing here despite the hangar being locked, and he said he was designing Gunbuild 2. Because he can't work at home, he's willingly has been coming in during the Oban holiday to work. He's serious. Where's that indifference he was flaunting the other day when Akio asked him for help? Well, now we know that he clearly loves it. But I suppose compared to Akio, Subaru's far more reliable when it comes to robots, so things should be fine. I'll be liberated from babysitting Akio for the time being. Seriously though, what exactly is Subaru staring so seriously at? I sneak up behind him in an attempt to take a peek and... Oh, this is... Kai, it's Subaru! Akio hurriedly rushes into the hangar. The time has come. The final battle is tomorrow! I appreciate the enthusiasm, but could you at least explain yourself first? Both Subaru and I are completely lost. What are you talking about? I just got a message from Tenochi-san. I told her we'd accept JAXA's support after all, and she's got back to me even though it's a holiday. She's so nice. Anyway, she told us to come to the Space Center tomorrow since they'll be open again. So, what's this final battle you mentioned? Isn't it obvious? We're gonna accept their help, but we gotta tell them we're making Gunbuild 2 how we want to. We gotta stay firm in this, otherwise they'll take advantage of us. By giving us tons of support and help. Just leave that part to me. I've polished my negotiation skills by butting heads with the VP. Butting heads? More like getting a one-sided beating. Tomorrow? Good timing. I was just putting together an outline we could use to discuss Prototype Model 2's design. An outline? You know, like a detailed list of ideas and such. We ignore technical things like the budget and focus on how we can build a giant bipedal robot. I came up with a number of proposals trying to stay as realistic as possible. If we can use this as leverage, I think the meeting should go smoothly. Would you like to read it beforehand? Subaru points to the notebook on top of the work desk. Akio looks at it with reservation. Then her eyes explode out of her face. Not literally, though. I'm really glad because we're holding fairly steady at like 42 to 43% frame drops, which is very high. But when I go to the Twitch tab, it still shows the bitrate as like in the green, which is stupid. It shouldn't be. But it's as long as it's working. As long as it's working, it's fine. I've just had to stop looking at OBS because it's always in yellow or red. It hasn't been in green at all. At all. It just isn't in the green. What in the world? Subaru, you're a full-blown pervert. It's been dipping to like about 40% and going up to about 42, but it's been in that range since we started. It hasn't dipped under 40% since it got above it, which was like, what, 20 minutes into the stream? Less? She gasped in disbelief. It's working. As long as it's working, I'll take it. A few employees and tourist vehicles are parked in the TNSC lot. As far as I can tell, there's nobody around. It's still weird seeing Kai. Like, you play so much of the game from his perspective, just seeing him out and about, it's like, oh, yeah, there he is. We have 30 minutes until I'm meeting with JAXA. I exit the bus that only comes around twice a day and massage my shoulders. I then snap my neck a few times. See, if you snap your neck but then you snap it back, you're fine. Since Uncle Senomiya and the JAXA folks are giving us a ride back, we don't have to worry about that. If it weren't for that, I'd never take a bus out here. The pain, the agony, just end me. These sunbeams are legit deadly. Kojiro-san, can you please try to walk? At least a little? Karate-senpai, you smell good. Oh. Hey, stop it! You smell like vanilla. This slut is trying to be sexy. Just blow up already. Wow, that's... vanilla is the sexy smell? I mean, vanilla's great, to be fair. Huh? Brow is wearing her school uniform for once, and it's leaning on tiny Juno's shoulders. She's being dragged along. Since Akio decided that Model 2 is going to be built by all of us, we forced Frau to tag along. She spent the entire time in the bus cursing us. Not my idea of fun. Very soothing. Yeah. Also, hey, Ark, I meant to say, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. In any case, I was right to have Juno look after her. It's thanks to her that we somehow got Frau all the way here, despite the fact that she gave up on walking. It would have been impossible if it were me or Subaru. Jun-chan is pretty athletic. No kidding. She does karate constantly. She has a small body and the heart of a chicken, but those long years of karate training weren't for nothing. At this point, I guess the reason she's so weak has more to do with her mental strength than anything else. Alright kids, listen up. Michi, our chaperone, gathers us in front of the H2 rocket replica and begins to bark orders. Like he has anything to do with any of this. This dude was nowhere to be found when we almost got kidnapped, but he's here today as our advisor. Since this is going to involve large sums of cash changing hands, it's a bad idea to have only students present. That's fair. but he's not the right teacher to have precedent. We're to decide on our stance for the meeting with Tennoji-san. Stance? Yeah, this is an important pro tip. Japan people aren't good at debates. Get me? Or Japanese people, sorry. So? You guys have never had a proper debate, have you? Of course not. Schools don't teach you that kind of stuff. That's why I believe this meeting will be the perfect opportunity to train you in the art of the debate. Is he finally starting to act like a teacher? Is the sky falling? To that end, I won't be participating in the discussions at all. Zero. Zilch. Good luck. Definitely because he wants to teach us, and definitely not because he just doesn't want to do it. Wow, you're abandoning us. Good luck my ass. Take back everything I thought to myself. I'll be napping on a bench somewhere, so just report to me when the meeting's over, little Senomiya. Yeah, no, he just doesn't want to do it. That's that. You guys have this. Go kick some butt. Can't believe how irresponsible he is. I wasn't expecting anything from him to begin with, and I'm still disappointed. That's Michi. Didn't think he'd back out of the meeting entirely. His lack of motivation is even worse than Kona-chan's. Well, there's no point crying over spilled milk. Let's be on our way or we'll be late. We have to have an adult, because large sums of money is going to change hand. The adult's napping on a bench outside, though. It's fine. Hey, you're an underclassman. You're not the leader here. Excuse me. Didn't I tell you that I'm not fond of athletic club-style hierarchies? Subaru spits out his words and begins to walk alone. The meeting's in the conference room with the Takasaki Observatory. Ah, the same place we were taken last time. I mean, you gotta... Every now and again he'll spout something that could be useful, but it's probably accidental. Oh wait, I didn't read that one, did I? Observatory was built on the tip of the carved-out cape. Visible from here, it's only 5 minutes away on foot. Come on, let's do a group chant or something. You mean your Central T Blast of Spirit thing? No, thank you. We're not a sports club. But it'll help us feel a sense of unity. Guys, wait up! Are we gonna be okay? Probably not. The meeting with JAXA starts on time, miraculously. There are only a handful of participants. 5 members from the Robot Club, and Tennoji-san from JAXA. Akio's pops isn't even here. Since Tennoji-san is the sole person in charge of this project, maybe that's not a big deal. Akio seems displeased that her dad isn't present. That said, she easily succumbs to Tennoji-san's smile and explanation that he had work. It'll just be us. Then you'd like to build a new second unit instead of the one you tested the other day. That's correct. Wonderful news. Model 1 has a unique build to it, but it'd be tough if only its legs moved. This was her initial proposal after all. Whether it received support or not always hinged on accepting it. Plus, Akio was the only one dead set on Model 1. Why did I hit that button earlier? So once she gave in, it was only a matter of time. The issue is... So, have you already decided on a design concept for prototype Model 2? Not yet. I wanted to hear everybody's thoughts on the matter first. Allow me to explain. Subaru raises his hand and begins to speak with a trembling voice. Totally forgot that he's prone to bouts of nervousness. Might as well put on Mr. Pilates' mask. I prepared an outline. Aha! You don't have to be so nervous, Hidaka-kun. This isn't a job interview. Let's relax and have some fun. That's why I don't have the other TNSC folks coming today. I figured since I'm close in age to all of you, we could have a more relaxed conversation. Thank you. Subaru, still disoriented, pulls a notebook from his bag and opens it on the table. Wowee! The pages of the notebook are filled with Japanese characters. He apparently didn't type this out in his phone droid because he didn't want his dad to find out. Subaru leaves the notebook at school so his dad doesn't discover he's helping us out. Subaru's high-strung nature and meticulous work ethic is what Akio called perverted yesterday. Sorry, I know it's hard to read. No, not at all. I think you did an excellent job. Subaru-kun, stop blushing and go on with your explanation. I'm not blushing. It's weird not to play. Yeah. I mean, you beat it in a week, which is insane. I thought I was making decent progress, but like, yeah, you basically just shotgunned that whole game. You could always go round 2, pick a different ending. But yeah, it's gotta be a bit weird. Also, hey, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. His face is all red. Cherry boy. Oops. Huh? Could have sworn I heard Frau say something, but I chose to ignore it. Yeah, it's smart. Keep forgetting to actually check tags and stuff. Alright, no extra tags in here. Robot removal movement in the Middle East. Debates on regulation bill in the EU. Maybe Japan was the only one that was happy about the robot boom? Japanese people especially like robots, but it's not like that overseas. It's more common to reject them. So, are you just going to ignore that overseas makers are making giant robots too? I think that the Middle East has more resistance against robots especially. At the end of the day, it's just preconception. You don't really understand anything about robots. You say that, but how much do you actually understand of Middle Eastern culture? People just imagine things. Must be a horrible sight. They're calling robots and Hug the work of the devil. This is all because of XK. Hug was getting accepted by outside countries because it wasn't a robot. I guess that's coming to an end. But XK still hasn't officially apologized yet. Normally they'd already be getting destroyed by the media. Speaking of, yesterday, Shugishita-san, the Minister of Infrastructure, was supporting XK. I wonder if he was paid off the books. Huh, nobody would do that. This is an exciting, nerve-wracking day. When I see youngsters trying so hard, it reminds me of when I was 20 years younger. Lots of energy here at Tanegashima Space Center. Congrats, I'll give you the privilege to cut a woman's hair. I mean mine. Hey everyone, at times you need to fight to pursue your values. It is a beautiful thing to have a passion you are unafraid to fight for. Today I'm going to try to stay quiet in the corner. Stayed 20 minutes on the bus, 2-1. Had a 1-frame fight, but the bus shaking ruined it. I shouldn't play on the bus. Alright, going in, Central Teague Robot Club. You're watching from the back. You're huffing way too hard. What are you trying to fight? Counting on your negotiation technique will be positive. Yeah, no, I get that. When it all gets wrapped up and you're like, yeah, cool, I finished. Oh, I got you. I mean, only what, 2 weeks till, just under 2 weeks until Endwalker. So you got time for another game, I guess. Let's not get too caught up in any specific format, just open up the table. You can use the whiteboard too. So Subaru starts fidgeting. This isn't good. He's so nervous that he's lost his usual cool. Wow, I didn't think Hidaka-kun was the type to get nervous. Excuse me. I can kind of relate. Juna says as she sticks her tongue out teasingly. Both Juna and Subaru have poor mental fortitude, I guess. For Howard's antisocial, and Akio and I are just idiots. You know what? Just that whole thing. Oh, wait, hold on. I need that one there too. It's got to have that line too. Perfect. Okay, cool. Perfect timing then. Man, there's not a single normal person in this club, is there? Aki-chan, give him some backup. What should I do? How about reading from his notebook? Subaru-kun can just correct you if you make a mistake. That'll take the pressure off of him and let things move more quickly. Show us what you're made of, Madam President. Alright, I got this. Sorry, thanks. Subaru forfeits the notebook to Akio. He's as logical as always when it comes to stuff like this. Akio gets up from her seat and stands in front of the whiteboard. But before we begin, I'd like to say something as the president. Akio looks at each of our faces. I want Gun Build 2 to be something only the 5 of us here can make. With the help from a sponsor and JAXA. I had June help with some chores during the construction of Gun Build 1, but this time I want all our talents to be used. Like something only June can do, or something only Frauo can do. Let's all build Gun Build 2 together! What does that leave me? I'm only good at playing video games. Oh, whatever. I'm just gonna do what I've always done. Play video games. I like the one person clapping. This dude being on the end. Did it have weird issues? I haven't been playing much 14 lately, which is a shame because I'm not going to get enough tomestones from the event to do anything with. I think I've got like 6 tomestones. But I've really just been playing a lot of PS5 games lately. Like, I know I'm going to hit Endwalker hard, so I'm kind of just not playing much now and getting other games in while I can. Yeah, definitely. Like, I wanted that jacket from the homestones, but I'm not going to get 100. And that's okay. Hey, didn't I sound like a bona fide president just now? Also, A7th, how you doing tonight? Welcome to Viper Lane in the chat. Thankfully. You know what? I was about to say thankfully I doubt I can lose my way, but this trophy pops up every time I hit the button for like recommended trophies. So apparently you can get lost in this game, and you need to for a trophy. So maybe I do need to lose my way, in fact. Well, eventually, the other one that I keep looking at is, not that one, lose a match and kill ballad. You have to intentionally lose a match and intentionally get lost for trophies. So far I got everything I wanted the first week. Yeah, I could have, and maybe should have, but I don't know. I just haven't been playing much 14 lately. I'm really excited for Endwalker, but I kind of feel like just the month beforehand I was like, that's okay, I can play other games. And we've had a lot of really good games to play. It was really when I started work. Because what I used to do is I'd wake up late, because I'm a late sleeper, do just daily roulettes and stuff, and then play another game. But now with work and my schedule changing and everything, it's thrown everything off. So that's part of the reason. Not letting you use MB and then DC'd you and just stayed off. Huh, alright. Unfortunate. She gets carried away whenever she's praised. So it's important to maintain a good balance between complimenting her and scolding her. That's so rude. There's some sort of summary written here, so I guess I'll start with that. Is that okay, Subaru? Yes, please. Alrighty then, let's begin. First, I highlighted the factors that we need to design Prototype Model 2. For each factor, we should select the most appropriate option in order to end up with the best combination. I plan on drawing up the blueprints afterwards. The factors I've highlighted are the following. What our expo performance will be, aka the single most important thing to consider after completion. Basic structure, materials, power source, motor, operating method, programming. That is what's written here. If we can decide on all of those, we'll have a good understanding of what the robot's going to be. For the record, Gun Build 1 was designed to focus solely on walking. We know. We know. In other words, it's not these legs are just for show, it's this upper body is just for show. Keep the anime references to yourself, please. Subaru, oh dang it, I didn't mean to skip that. Subaru's cheeky nature briefly resurfaces. Guess he's loosening up a little? I wrote about the failures of Model 1 on the previous page. Not that there were any failures. She flips the page all the while making excuses. Cause of Model 1's failure was the lack of technological oomph and good materials. I.e., if a major company with enough capital and tech used the same design doc, a solid robot could be made. Places like Honda, US Robocom, and AUDE all have excellent track records. One can also argue that Model 1's bar was set too high during the design phase. No matter how strong a design, if you don't have the means to make it happen, nothing good will come of it. Subaru, could you stop trash-talking Model 1? I mean, it did walk like it was supposed to. Regardless, it is still considered a failure, at least through the eyes of society. I have a suggestion. Tenochi-san raises her hand with a big smile. Model 1 could only move its legs, right? I don't think there'd be any point in making a robot that was equal to Model 1 or worse. If possible, I'd like to see the arms, legs, hips, and even the head move too. You know, like the robot that Yoshio-kun was operating during Robo 1. It'd be difficult for even a world-class manufacturer to build a robot of that mobility at over 10 meters tall. Yeah, I figured. But we can't know for sure until we try. I want to avoid building it without a plan in place. Personally, I think Model 1 is design sacrilege. Uh-oh, Subaru's getting heated. That was some questionable language just now. Like I said before, given how mangled their original vision became, I feel bad for the designer. I didn't modify it because I wanted to. No, but you had to, all because your planning was insufficient. We only have 6 months to build Model 2. We need to decide on what we can do and what our limitations are. Sound. By the way, how many servo motors did Tanagashi Machine 3 use? It had 24, right? Why? 24! If we attempt to mount that many on a giant robot, the motors alone would be a lot of added weight. But if you want to make it move intricately, you need at least that many. You mentioned our expo performance earlier. If you're planning on being at the expo, you need to think about how you're going to appeal to the audience. Just walking won't be enough. In fact, you'd be better off getting rid of that function altogether and having it dance or something. A robot that specializes in dancing would be the best robot. It would win. It would have to. It'd just have to. That might be easier to build compared to an all-purpose robot. Depends on the type of dance, though. Breakdancing. For example, you could limit its movement to its upper body. Have it do the para-para. Dance was popular with young women in the 1990s. The draw of this dance is that it's easy to dance in a group, and the moves are simple. It concentrates on the movement of the hands and feet, and is usually danced while remaining expressionless. See, I don't know that. I thought it was referencing the Haruhi dance, the Hara Hara Yukai. I guess nobody else knows it. Everybody goes quiet. A moment of silence sets in. What? Do you guys not know the para-para? Isn't that a dance or something? Yeah, it's popular among high school girls in Shibuya and Harajuku. I guess it used to be popular. It only knows how to do the robot. Damn it, that would be perfect. That was crud. That was over 10 years ago. Talk about a generation gap. Even though we're only like 2 years apart? Maybe it's just a difference in where we were brought up. Let's get back on topic. If it just has upper body movement, we could design it without worrying too much about leg strength. I want Gunbuild 2 to do something other than dance. That'd be hard to do, right? Plus, you're all forgetting what lies at the foundation of Gunbuild 2. Foundation? What do you mean? The official name for this project is the Let's Build Gunbarrel project. Gunbuild 2 has to be Gunbarrel 2. You're really limiting your scope of things, you know. Gunbarrel is a robot of justice, so strength and coolness are high priority. Inochi-san nods, along with Akio's words. She seems to be in agreement. Does it have to be Gunbarrel? Do you have any robots besides Gunbarrel that you want to make? I'm just saying that we don't necessarily need to follow a pre-existing design. We can make a Robot Club original robot, just like Tanagashi Machine 3 was for Robot 1. But... Akio pouts. The Robot Club has been working on the Gunbuild project since it was founded. I want to carry that torch forward. Is that so bad? Yes, we built the first version of this one robot, but let's build that same robot, but different. It's nonsense. I shove 4 fingers into Subaru's mouth after he makes his declaration. Just joking sounds. What's the meander with you? Yeah, don't do that to people. Can't you just let this one go for once? Kai? There are other ways to try to stop a conversation. I agree. Juna timidly raises her hand. I raise my hand as well. 1 vote for Gunbarrel. All eyes point to Frau. Our virtuoso programmer has her head down on the table so we can't see her face. I shall wager my soul. To what? Let's just consider her vote invalid. I also think it's a good idea. Let's build Gunbarrel. Oh, but there are going to be any trademark issues? That's a good question. A recognizable sign, design, or expression which identifies products or services owned by a company as established in trademark law. Let me look into it. We might have to get permission from the rights holder. What about you, Subaru-kun? Subaru lowers his shoulders, an indifferent expression on his face. Even if I objected here, there'd be 4 votes for 1, 1 against, and 1 invalid. Then that settles it. Akio lets out a sigh of relief. Oh, and the dance stuff I mentioned was just meant to be an example of what we could do. I just wanted to stress that it doesn't need to be fully capable like a human is or anything. Let's see. I think in this case it'd be great if we could recreate Gunbarrel's moves. Inochi-san then glances over at Juna. Maybe we could have it perform a kata to demonstrate its strength. A kata? Yep. We have an experienced martial artist here, so we should use her. How did Tenochi-san know that Juno was in the karate club? Did she look up info on her own? She's friends with Juno and Twippo too, so maybe she found out that way. Anyway, it'd be wonderful if we had a performance like that could draw an audience. I have a great idea! Akio, already having regained her usual energy, raises her hand up high to solicit attention. What if we implemented a master-slave system and had June operated that way? Oh, it's a straight-up G-Gundam. Just like as you, the pilot, moves, it moves. That would be very difficult to do. What would be the master in that case? June herself. You mean that Model 2 would trace the movements of its human master, yeah? That's impossible. You watch too much anime. What's a master-slave system? It's a type of robot operation in which the movements of a master are directly traced by the robot. In this case, a human master would be the most intuitive among the options. So, if I perform a straight punch, the robot will do the same. That's exactly it! Cool, but it sounds kind of scary. It's nonsense. There are way too many issues that need resolving before a system like that could be used. If you try to make a giant robot trace human movements, it would instantly twist and break the moment it moved. Probably. The materials used in its motor functionality would have to be dramatically improved over Model 1. I'm just kidding. I didn't think you'd analyze it so seriously. Pretty hard to tell when you're joking and when you're serious, Aki-chan. Well, sorry. But in all seriousness, in terms of the performance, I think we should have it do Gunbarrel's iconic pose. Storm and Surge, Blast of Spirit! But do we actually know what its pose looks like? Like that. I think it'd be fairly easy to just have it make a single pose. I want to try and incorporate as many poses as possible. Ah, she wants it to be the whole Ginyu Force. What about the exterior skin? Are we going to recreate Gunbarrel's appearance too? Of course, otherwise no one would know that it's Gunbarrel. Hold up. Don't tell me you're thinking of cutting its skin to make it lighter or something. I'm in fact thinking that. If you want to have more motors, we'll have to lighten the robot accordingly, otherwise it's going to be tough. Can't we just make the legs beefy again? Even Model 1's legs were way clunkier than the original Gunbarrel. If you don't mind it being ugly, sure. I mean, I don't disagree, but you don't? More motors means more joints. And the more weight there is, the more stress that's applied to said joints. And joints aren't particularly tough. It looks like there are some basic structural proposals in the notebook you prepared for us. Correct. They're actually related to our current discussion. Basic structural proposal number 1, Monoke? Basic structural proposal number 2, hobby robot type. Basic structural proposal number 3, scale model. I have no clue what any of that means. Well, the second one's pretty straightforward. Same. My personal recommendation is the hobby robot type. As we increase the number of motors, we shave off every bit of weight we can. No extra bells or whistles. We'll end up looking like the hobby robot. I mean, Mr. Pilates. I mean, Mr. Pilates used. Oh, you mean the legendary champion's most bestest of best partner? The M45, right? That robot is so cool. And Mr. Pilates is super mysterious. He looks like a prince from somewhere far away. Subaru looks like he's about to start writhing in agony in response to Tenochi-san's fangirlisms. I can barely hide my grin. But Subaru, without skin or plating, it's gonna look super lame for sure. The audience isn't gonna be happy. Tenochi-san said the performance is important and looks a part of that. If you're dead set on its appearance, you should consider the third option. It says scale model. What does that mean? Exactly what it says. We build a robot that just stands still. Remember the old life-size Gundam and Odaiba back in the day? Something like that. Since we wouldn't have to make it move, we could build it to look exactly like Gunbarrel. Couldn't we just ask a model manufacturer to make something like that? I hear it requires a lot of skill to build a mold for that type of robot. We could just toss a bunch of cash at a model maker and wipe our hands clean. Then we'd be the model club. We have to make something that moves. So, I refuse to have it be the one that's going to move well, and I refuse to have it be the one that's going to look great, but not move so well. Come up with a third option. Indeed, the Robot Club makes robots, not exterior molds. That's why we'll have to compromise on the skin problem. And if we're going to half-ass it, we should just do away with it all. That's what I've been saying from the start. Feeling at a disadvantage, Akio looks over Subaru's notebook without replying to him. What about this monocoque thing? A monocoque structure? Isn't that when the skin or exterior is basically merged with the skeleton of the body? Yes, that's correct. Subaru is still shy around Tanochi-san. He's trying desperately not to make eye contact with her. If we're going to make a giant bipedal robot, I think the monocoque... How does he say it? Excuse me, that wrong button. Nope. Monocoque is the most effective way forward. Really? What would it look like? The most iconic example would be the Gene 2, currently in development by the French company Renault. Fiction. A car company that was established in France in 1898 and boasts over 100 years of history. Currently one of the largest car companies in Europe. Yep, that's right. Oop, wrong one. Features a curved exterior and has more rounded structure overall, yeah? Curved structures provide better stability too. Gumbo did move. Yeah, that's true. That's true. The monocoque structure is ideal if you want to recreate gun barrel's form. Oh, let's go with that. We'd still have to deal with the same issues as with the scale model. Who's going to design it? Design is no simple task. It'd be a special order. We'd have to ask a craftsman to design and build it, a model manufacturer for example. In the end, we'd outsource the entire project. It'd be costly. That doesn't sound very realistic. No. After seeing a slight glimmer of hope, Akio's plummet into disappointment is fast. Especially when we don't know how much of the bill Jax is willing to front. I just figured I'd come up with as many options as possible, even if they're unrealistic. Tanochi-san, does 100 million yen sound doable? Tanochi-san rapidly shakes her head left and right. We can't give you that much. I figured. I honestly still believe that your robot needs to have a homemade feel to it. Plus, lots of makers besides Runo use monocoque structures for their giant robots, right? If we try to do the same, only with a smaller budget and less tech, we have no chance of winning. I feel like the bar is way too high to come up with an idea that's appropriate for the budget. Of course it is. There's money being moved around after all. Besides, robots from all over the world will be there. If we just build at random, nobody will take us seriously. Hearing Tanochi-san's real talk makes me feel like we should give up. No, just think harder. So I agree with Hidaka-kun. The hobby robot type is best suited for what you all want to do. And depending on what kind of performance it'll be doing, we'll figure out what needs to be cut and what needs to be focused on. I'm getting sleepy. I can only keep up with about half of what they're saying. Not that I intend on actually listening in to begin with. I might as well take a nap like Frau if I'm not going to understand anything anyway. Or I could kill time playing KB. I think, yeah, I did already check the room, right? Akio will probably get mad at me if I do that. I mindlessly stare at my phone right after opening it to pass the time. Maybe I can give Akio cat ears again using the cat ear mode app from a while back. Crap, I deleted that! I do a search and download it again. It finishes in about 30 seconds, so I boot it up. Without her noticing, I give Akio cat ears and a maid outfit in AR. It's hilarious watching her have a super serious conversation dressed like this. I want to take a picture, but since you can't mute the camera shutter sound, I practice some self-control. But with Subaru's proposal, we still haven't solved the issue, dang it, issue of it not looking like Gunrail. I tried to move the camera, but the right stick also moves text. Then what if we put stickers on it that have Gunrail's color scheme? People are imaginative, they might realize that it's Gunrail from the colors alone. Ah, that's so lame. In that case, all I can say is you should give up on its appearance. Plus, Model 1 was fairly ugly. You said as much yourself, Prez. That's just how it turned out in the end. I wasn't trying to make something ugly. I don't care. With or without its exterior skin, I just wanted to look like Gun Barrel. Exterior skin, huh? Just like this cat ear maid. Kai, were you playing games while we were talking? No. Yashio-senpai's been putting cat ears on Prez-senpai and grinning about it. Damn it, she's onto us. What? Again? Curse you, Frau. She was peeking at my phone droid this whole time. I told you to stop giving me cat ears. More importantly, about Model 2's exterior design. Why don't we just use AR, like this cat ear maid outfit? Huh? Everyone looks lost. Like Super said, we have to keep it lightweight. That's why we remove its exterior plating. It's our only choice. But, as a trade-off, if you look at Model 2 through IRUO, you'll be able to see it as the cool gun barrel. That just sounds like a cheap trick. Who cares if it's a cheap trick? Heck, Model 1's exterior was nothing but a cheap trick too. Yeah, but it's an interesting idea. It'll remove the need to actually mold an exterior. I agree with that. How about it, Akio-chan? Kai, first of all, delete those cat ears. Fine. The entire app, I mean. Poor cat ear Mo. Maybe it was fated for you to be erased from my phone droid twice over. Not that I'm really all that attached. There's one thing that bothers me with Kai's proposal. Who's going to make the AR gun barrel model? We don't need to make one. We can just reuse the data. Data? The kill ballot data. The crater is right here. And that crater is still collapsed on the table like a dead fish. You're right, the KB model is super accurate to the anime. Kona-chan, are you okay with that? No problem. Everything's fine. Well, there you have it. I mean, I didn't do the modeling, though. It's the masterful work of Chuchu Yasumateshi, one of my group mates in Tokyo. Lame handle, though, right? Aren't they... Do we need to get permission from this Chuchu-san? Aren't they one of the people who's always on Twippo talking about these things? Maybe not. Maybe not. If I tell him that, I'll step on him and he'll listen. So he's one of those. Got it. What kind of person is this guy? I feel like that statement accurately tells you he's 38 with a wife and kids. His hobbies are building plastic models and 3D robot modeling. You're having a sordid affair with him? He's just a member of my group. I step on his back from time to time. This isn't some eroge, unlike everything she thinks is. Tokyo sounds terrifying. I couldn't care less about some perverted graphics designer. What's the plan, Prez? Considering the budget and remaining time, I'm starting to think that this is our best option. Alright, let's go with Kai's proposal. Thanks, Kai. Great idea. You're quite welcome. Kai does his best to stay out of it. Also Kai solves their problem. So, when is this meeting gonna wrap up? There are a bunch of other items of business in Subaru's outline. If we tackle them all, it'll take ages. As far as I'm concerned, this is just one big waste of time. I'd like to go home now. We solved the issue of its appearance, but we still have loads of topics left to cover. Excuse me. The materials, for example. I remember seeing a few proposals regarding the materials in your notebook. Even if we want to go the hobby robot route, a giant bipedal robot's weight is on a different level. By simple calculation, if its height is 10 times taller, its weight will be 1,000 times heavier. Really? Yep, cubic volume. Yeah. Oh, I knew that too. Which is why, as much as like I love playing games like EDF and stuff like that, if you just take and scale it up to that size, it won't work. It will collapse. It will explode under its own weight. Not that it's going to stop me from enjoying EDF, you know, but Yashio-senpai has the brain of an elementary school boy. Yeah, I mean, yeah. A 1 meter tall gun barrel weighing 10 kilograms scaled to 10 meters with the same materials would weigh 10,000 kilograms and be 100 times heavier, but I was too embarrassed to say that out loud. If it's going to be that much heavier, it's not going to make a difference if we change materials and the like. The legs won't be able to support its own weight, especially if we increase the number of joints. As a countermeasure, we can either make the legs thicker, or use material that can withstand the total weight, thick materials. So, what are some of the solutions you came up with, Subaru? Steel, stainless steel, beryllium, carbon, aluminum, magnesium. Iron is cheap but heavy, aluminum is light but expensive, and compared to iron it's not as durable. Whether we prioritize the material's lightness versus its durability is also something we have to think about. What should we go with? If we're going to make the robot dance and perform karate katas, I feel like we should use a lighter material. Why? The heavier it is, the more torque it requires in order to move. The lighter, the less torque. I see. I guess that's also connected to our power source. Also, it may be harsh on the budget, but there's a technique that uses a new material that's gained traction. Oh, I see. It's written in small letters on the margin. Carbon nanotube, CFRP. Carbon fiber reinforced plastic, a strong plastic containing carbon fibers. An allotrope of carbon with a cylindrical structure, used as a rope for orbital elevators due to its lightness, strength, and springiness. Most recently I've heard that Exoskeleton is building a prototype hug using graphene. Now, an allotrope of carbon consisting of a single layer of carbon atoms arranged in a hexagonal lattice. Main component of the carbon nanotube. The Nobel Prize in Physics was awarded to researchers who, for the first time in history, created a successful single-layer separation of graphene. Granted, they don't make giant bipedal robots, but if we use carbon nanotubes and CFPR to make the robot, wouldn't it turn out more like a scale model? The Gundam in Odaiba also had a steel skeleton with an FRP skin. Fiber reinforced plastic with increased durability while remaining lightweight, features heat resistance, a diathermacy, and even has electric insulation. I believe it will reduce the weight tremendously, but the cost increase will be just as large, so that's a no-go. Making all the parts out of carbon fiber reinforced plastic would be a little much, but if we applied a sheet of CFRP onto the surface of aluminum, that alone would drastically improve its durability. I see. If we do that, we can stay within the budget? Well, the laughing leads me to believe it'll still be a sizable chunk of cash. Recently, mass production of new materials has become simpler, so it's way cheaper than it was 10 years ago. But even then, I think it'll still be rough on the budget. Let me talk to the higher-ups about the material issue. Looks like she's gonna give it a shot. But Uncle Senemiya is always complaining about how JAXA doesn't have as much money as NASA. We probably shouldn't expect too much. And let's put the material discussion on hold for now, and talk about how we're going to power the robot. It's come up a few times already. This is going to greatly affect weight reduction. From Gun Build 1, the diesel engine and generator were really heavy. It was nonsense to even consider putting a diesel engine in a robot. Wait, really? My sister said that the fastest way to power a robot is to mount an electric automobile engine to it. She wrote that as a comment in the Gun Build 1's blueprints. It's true that it eliminates the need for a generator, but be that as it may, its power is insufficient. I'm not really following. Juno raises her hand timidly. A car will move with an engine, right? But are engines not suited for robots? Excellent question. Oops. She sounds like a teacher. She might be better in that role than Michi. The bar is set low. I'd be a better teacher than Michi. I don't know how to teach. In a car, an engine's piston movement is converted to rotary motion by the crankshaft in order to turn the wheels. For robots, however, we need to move the servo motors, not the wheels. But unlike the wheels of a car, servo motors do not necessarily all face the same direction. Plus, we're not trying to move all the motors at the same time and at the same speed either. That's why simple rotation mechanics won't work. At the end of the day, we have to control each motor individually, and in order for us to accomplish that, we require electrical power. Model 1 converted its engine's vertical movement into rotational movement, which then activated the generator. It then moved each motor with the electricity it generated. So it was fairly inefficient. It should have had external engines attached via cables, and then I wouldn't have had to get inside that stupid, awful cockpit. Like an umbilical cable? Excuse me? Yeah, like Ava. Is that different from an umbilical cord? I mean, but it's for robots. No. Oh yeah, it's super easy. The reason I didn't go with cables is because I was prioritizing walking. If it was connected by cable, we would have run the risk of it breaking off or getting tangled around its feet. That's why it was stored in the body. This is how it's been since the original blueprint phase. With that walking speed, I doubt there was any risk of that happening. What about the small power generators you see people using for stalls at summer festivals? Why couldn't we use something like that to generate electricity? I don't think the output would be enough. Even a diesel engine meant for trucks couldn't do the trick. A small generator would only move Gunbuild 1's feet a few millimeters, if that. Oh, okay. Model 1 servo motors being powered by electricity also had an effect. There was just way too much power consumption. That said, if we used hydraulics or pneumatics, the devices would be heavy and harder to control. Expensive, too. This all sounds like a giant pain in the ass. If only there were a generous person out there who'd be willing to part with their used power shovel for free. Then we could utilize its hydraulic motor. There's no way a sugar daddy like that is just gonna appear out of nowhere. Then I guess we gotta go with wired electricity. Your sister's concern about wires getting tangled was and still is a good point. You're nothing to write home about, but your sister is quite the designer. Wow. Excuse me? Rude. Calm down, Aki-chan. He's just pointing out the truth. You're not helping. Here, have some skull. Akio tucked a bottle of skull into her bag before leaving the meeting. Why do you only ever act heroic during times like these? Akio pouts and takes a swig from the bottle. Yes, as we all know, you shout the name of a soda after you take a sip, which is why every time I take a sip of my Dr. Pepper, I shout Dr. Pepper at the top of my lungs. I mute the mic so I don't shatter eardrums, but we just know that it's happening. Must be nice to be able to regain your energy with just a single drink. Let's assume that we'll be using an external power source for now. We can always make it a wireless system. Oh, a wireless power supply, right? I remember you telling me all about that a while back. I hear a lot about that tech these days. Hundreds of wireless power supplies. In terms of consumer products, stores sell them for hobby robots. We wouldn't need an engine, generator, or batteries. We wouldn't require cables either. It says in your notebook, electrical and magnetic field resonator. Is that the official name? Correct. They're also known as magnetic resonators. Simply put, it's the same principle as resonance with a tuning fork. Isn't it expensive? You said so before. Huh. But if you had some sort of single-pole magnetic device... As funny as it would be, the thing is, I usually stream at later hours in a house filled with people who are usually trying to sleep. So I could not, in good conscience, put that as a channel reward. As funny as it would be, I love the idea, it is impractical. The last thing I need is the entire house mad at me. Like, why did you wake us all up yelling Dr. Pepper at the top of your lungs? Again, love the idea. Highly impractical in my current situation. In order to extract energy from it, we would need a giant coil, so it might come with a high price tag. Have you accounted for the coil's weight? What? You're going to mount a large coil on the robot instead of an engine or a generator, right? How heavy would this coil be? I imagine it'd be slightly lighter than the total sum of a diesel engine's weight combined with the generators. Since Model 2 will likely require more power than Model 1, the power device would have to be bigger than Model 1's. Comparatively, a coil would be on the lighter side. Would it provide sufficient power? That, I don't know. one of the cons of a magnetic resonator is that its transmission efficiency is less than optimal. The size of the device we're dealing with, we may not be able to extract much power from it. Excuse me. The sound bite we might be able to get, yeah. For real? Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying we can't go wireless. There are other kinds of wireless power supplies. Why don't we consider those too? Other kinds? Looks like the thought hadn't crossed Subaru's mind. He looks uncharacteristically confused. You mean electromagnetic induction? That's what phone droids use. The issue is that they only transmit power over a few centimeters of distance. Not that. There are actually a couple more ways you can do it. Yoshi-san begins looking something up on her phone droid. Oh, right here. Laser transmission and microwave transmission. Both of them use the same principles as electromagnetic induction. The only difference is the method of transmission. Power is converted into EM waves, laser beams, or microwaves. EM waves have low directivity, so the energy easily disperses. But laser beams and microwaves, unlike EM waves, have very high directivity. In other words, you can transmit energy further without worrying about dispersal. Huh? Cool, let's go with that! Oh, but microwave transmission isn't suited for powering giant robots, so just ignore that option. Wait, why not? Since we're sending literal microwaves, everything around it is going to feel like being in a microwave oven. Anybody nearby would die. Same if they were in the cockpit. Yeah, so we're not using that method. That's what the laser method's for. How can she talk about something so gruesome with the usual smile on her face? Well, she said we're not going to do it. Like, she's smiling, but her eyes clearly aren't. It's like the 5th time. What about laser transmission? Is that safe? If you point the laser at someone, they might die. Oh, but laser beams glow and are visible to the naked eye. They also only travel in straight lines. The danger of someone dying is a lot lower than if we use microwaves. The transmission device would end up being a whole lot of work. But for the receiver, you'd only need to mount a parabolic antenna and a battery into the robot. How big would they be? If we were to manually aim the laser from the transmission device, then the size of the antenna wouldn't matter. But since the robot will always be moving, a small antenna might be a bit difficult to target. So we need to take that into consideration and make sure we pick the appropriate size. A laser death beam, huh? Akio closes her eyes and crosses her arms. She then slips into thought. It's like she's in a trance. I can understand Akio's hesitation on this. This is far too dangerous for any of us to handle. We should stick to the safe wired option. Akio's eyes suddenly open wide. She has a grin on her face. That sounds kinda cool, like a beam rifle or something. Totally forgot that's who you are, Aki-chan. You're just that kind of gal. Isn't that too dangerous? If we make a mistake, someone could end up dead. You're going to use something like that at the expo venue? I'm scared. Well, that's just assuming we go with a wireless power source. I'm just here to point out the technology exists. I also personally think our best bet is to go with a wired power supply. If we were to use the laser beam transmission, we wouldn't be able to have a pilot ride the robot. But because they die? Yoshi-san nods her head. A cold chill runs through my body. Even if we don't use laser beam transmission, it should be remotely operated. Press, don't tell me you're still grasping to the master-slave concept. I told you, I was only kidding. But I do insist on having someone ride in the cockpit. I've wanted that from the start. Only because you think it's cool, right? Yes. Exactly. Well, here we go. Like I've said a billion times, a robot's true value lies in being able to ride inside of it. But... Okay. I personally want to spend the most time on its cockpit. I was really unsatisfied with how Gunbuild 1's turned out. Don't you want to operate a robot with levers? I can't be alone on this. Don't look for me for approval. Oh, and a 360-degree omnidirectional display to show the front, back, sides, above, and below the robot. But that might be a little too normal, actually. The master-slave system would also be really great. The reason I said it was just a joke is because it's kind of embarrassing. With a master slave, the pilot would have to wear a skin-tight suit, right? Of course, it's always required. I can't just show up in something like that. I'd be so embarrassed. If Kai were the pilot, fine. But imagine if me or June had to ride it in an emergency situation. Nope, 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 nope. I'd die of embarrassment. Anyway, a master-slave system would be crazy cool, even if it's unrealistic. So if you ask me, I'd probably go with a handle if it wanted to avoid cliches, and then Akio suddenly comes to her senses. She looks at us with a stiff smile. I guess I got a little worked up there. It's delusional, Oats. You sure looked like you were having fun, Akio-chan. We're not playing with toy robots here. I'm sorry. She really loses it when it comes to robots. Shouldn't we ask the pilot for his opinion on the cockpit? Yashio-kun, yeah, everybody just knows it's us, I guess. Is she really asking me? She just got finished talking about a power source that'd kill the pilot if they were inside. How nonchalant. I don't want to die. The end. Perfect. Yep. And I don't remember volunteering to be the pilot. Oh, please. Were you the pilot during Robo 1 and the Model 1 test run the other day? Pure happenstance. I didn't want to do either. If you force me to pilot Model 2, I'm quitting the Robot Club right here and now. What? Don't say that. I told you, I don't want to die. If you're using laser beam transmission, remote operation is a must. What about you, Taitoku-san? Also probably doesn't want to die. Oh, me? Asking Juno will just yield the same answer. I heard that you're also a pilot. I was just told to do it by the president. I mean the Space Candy president. He keeps telling me to do it, and I keep turning him down. So I haven't done anything, really. Whoa, whoa, don't cry. Tanochi-san gets flustered when she sees Juno's tearful eyes. She hands her a small handkerchief and starts rubbing Juno's small back. Alright, I understand the current situation. Make pretend if you were the pilot, which method would you prefer? The one that doesn't kill you. Juno glances at Akio to check her expression. Akio wears a lonely smile on her face. I figured she tried to pressure Juno into it, but I guess she's given up. I don't want to die either. Of course not. That settles it. Remote operation is the way to go, especially when you also consider the weight issue. Okay. Kai and June's lives are more important than building a robot. I don't want to put them in a dangerous situation. Wow, an uncharacteristically decent opinion. What's that supposed to mean? She glares at me, just like her older sister did. So, we're going to make a giant robot, built like a hobby robot, and make it remotely operated. In that case, this should be right up your alley, Yoshio-kun. You got me all wrong, Tanochi-san. The reason why I agreed to do it at Robo 1 was because we had the KB control scheme available to us. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made a difference if it were me or not. In other words, I paused for a beat so that everyone hears me clearly. I'll never pilot unless it has the same control scheme as Kill Ballad. I get that you like games, dude, specifically that one, but like, dude, also you literally have the creator of that game sitting next to you, so it shouldn't be that bad. Got it? It's like everyone's trying to make me the pilot against my will, but if we go the remote operation route, we'd eliminate any danger from the process. Juno could do it, and our sponsors would be happy. Then how about just programming KB's control system into Model 2? Rao, who had been facing down on the table this entire time, suddenly mumbles. Didn't see this one coming, how could you not? I try to laugh it off, complete with a fake smile. Unfortunately, Akio latches right onto it. Let's do that! But wait, seriously? Raobo mentioned it herself, which surely means she's going to program it for us, right? I've been waiting for you to step up to the plate, Raobo. Rao turns the other way as Akio draws closer. This and that are unrelated. This is your chance to show us what you've got. We need your programming skills in order to make Gun Build 2, Raobo. So pretty please, write us up a program, please. If you agree to do that, I'll ditch the cockpit system. I'm also for implementing the KB's controls. In fact, I was thinking of asking for Agree to construct the overall control system for Model 2. The quality of Model 2's programming is likely to become its most important element. If we have a reliable control system, we can overcome spec issues. No thank you. Ro frowns and shakes her head. I'm terror busy. I don't have time for that. But wait, you're the one who brought up the idea. I'm going to describe what just happened to me. I proposed implementing KB's controls, but then suddenly I'm tasked with doing the whole control system. You may not understand what I'm saying, but I don't understand either. I mean, you might as well, right? Aren't you a self-proclaimed prodigy? Don't make it sound like programming is no big deal. I bet you think I just sit in front of a PC and tap, 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 tap the night away or something. I understand. Like hell, it's not easy at all. Don't you underestimate programming? Plus, I don't know the first thing about real robot programming. Did we upset her? Maybe she's just stressed from the countless demands from KB players. Subaru, on the other hand, looks unfazed. So Akio ends up apologizing on his behalf. I'm sorry, really I am. But you're a member of the Robot Club too, Fraubo, and you're the only one we can trust with this. Just haven't stayed forever, so doing that. I didn't join the club because I wanted to. I only write the programs I want to write. This isn't good. She's totally upset. Let's put the programming issue on hold. We're probably not going to get anywhere right now. Then let's talk about the pilot. I guess it would be an operator, since it will be remotely controlled. We're going to have to put that on hold too, because we don't know what the control method's going to be. Rao brought up the KB system, so does she intend on programming it into the robot? If she does, I'm going to have to end up being the operator. Then let's do that. I can write a kill ballot system configured for giant robots. Curse you, you damn shut-in. Thank goodness, you're a lifesaver, Fraubo. So now that we have the control method and the operator decided on... Wait, hold on, are you sure? Just like that? Kai, did you already forget what you said earlier? Oops. There we go. I'll never pilot it unless it's the same control scheme as Kill Ballot. Own up to your own words, Kai. She's acting like she's my big sister or something. Then you'll have to beat... It's done. This is a dictatorship. I demand this club be shut down. Fine, let's take a vote. All in favor of Kai being the operator. Everybody raises their hands. Gee, I'm so popular. Guess I dug my own grave. Then I have one other request. What is it? I'll be the operator. I don't really have a choice on the matter. But that's a lot of pressure for just me to handle. Can we at least make Jun-chan the sub-operator? Huh? Juna jerks in response. Why do you look so surprised? You were technically one of Model 1's pilots. Well, like I said earlier, that was only because the Space Candy president said... Is Space Candy going to continue to sponsor us through Model 2's development? We won't know until we talk to them. What the president wants is definitely important, but I personally want Jun-chan as my sub-operator. It won't be dangerous this time. Can you help me out? Yashio-kun. After hesitating for a while, Juna meekly nods her head. If I can be of help. If she were the sporty type, this would be where she'd be going on about how we can do it. But I can't imagine Juna ever doing something like that. Anyway, I've managed to avoid being the only person responsible. I'm happy just to have an excuse to get me out of club activities. As long as Juna's there, I'm good to go. We have one other unresolved matter to discuss. The motor. An electrically driven servo motor won't have enough torque and will consume too much power. It'd be impossible to make the robot perform a kata or dance. Lots of makers use hydraulic systems. Plus, they have a long history of being used for labor robots. Yeah. What if we tried using that thing? What do you mean by that? The thing that fell from the sky the other day, the mono... I drove 4 of my fingers into Akio's mouth. Why is this just a thing he's doing now? What's your malfunction? I swiftly transition into a headlock while Akio squirms. I keep our idiot president's head in my arms, though, yeah, he was right to not want to tell her originally. She's absolutely gonna just blab it to the world. Didn't you promise to keep that a secret? Akio immediately stops resisting. Once I let go, she goes quiet, tear-filled eyes and all. What's going on? What's that supposed to be? Gunbanium alloy. What a lame lie. That's just fictional. It was a joke in violation of our club code of conduct. Our president may be dismissed for joking around too much. I realized I made a mistake. I apologize. Glad she gets it. Well, I guess we'll place the motor situation on hold as well. Subaru obviously clears his throat and forcefully ends the conversation. But we have a general idea of the direction we should head in. Though there are a lot of things on hold, I think we can call it a day. Sounds good to me. That was a very productive meeting. And hopefully we can nail down the more nebulous issues sooner rather than later. Who's going to be designing Model 2? Subaru softly raises his hand. I'll also be contributing as well. Best of luck to the both of you. I believe the parts we discussed today should stay within budget. The material situation is on hold, but I'll try and negotiate with the folks up top to get them to cooperate. Space Candy Company, was it? If they can continue their sponsorship, that'd be a huge help too. Akio-chan, can you go and talk to the president? Ah, of course. But I'm kinda surprised. Why? Dad always went on about how JAXA had no money and stuff. True, it is effective at that. But after all our demands, I can't believe you've agreed to provide the funding, just like that. Is this whole support project actually a part of some much larger thing? Ah, no, not at all. But there are a lot of high expectations. That's why they're being so flexible. Not suspicious at all. Tonoji-san giggles, but once again her eyes are not laughing or smiling. We're at like 6. They've mentioned this so many times. Just who is this girl? They continuously reference that she's so happy-go-lucky, but her eyes, the smile never reaches her eyes. Oh, well, now we see her. Excuse me. As I knocked and entered the office, Chief Tsunomiya stands up to welcome me. Hey, Tennoji-kun, have a seat. I sit on the guest sofa as told. Want some tea? I also have some gitana that Mishita-kun brought yesterday. Oh gosh, you don't have to serve me tea, Chief. I'm just a little old newbie. Ah, think nothing of it. This is just how I am. Oh, but what's ganata? You've never tried them before? They're a snack from Kagoshima. It holds out a triangular-shaped, brownish treat. It's about the same size as the sandwiches sold in convenience stores. They're sweet snacks made with brown sugar, and they pair really well with bitter tea. Ah, I'll try one. I pick one up and notice how sticky it is. I can imagine the taste just from touching it. I then take a bite. It's so sweet, just like I thought. If anything, I don't think I could finish one without some tea. Anyway, how did your talk with the robot club go? He sits down on the sofa facing me and hesitantly brings up the subject. I came here to report on exactly that. As for the gitana, I don't think they're for me. I put it down on a plate so I can talk. After I lick my sticky fingers, I began my report. I sent you an email regarding the details earlier, Chief. Yes, I've seen it. Wait, already? You must be really curious about the robot club, or should I say, his daughter. What an adorable father. He reminds me of my own dad back in Tokyo. I can't imagine there's a lot of physical resemblances. I wonder what he's doing right now. Is he getting by on his own? Wait, this isn't the time for that. They appear to have settled on a hobby robot kind of design. Oh, that'll be a real challenge. Fascinating. Their way of thinking is really flexible. Just talking to them about it is fun. Wonderful, wonderful. That sounds great. Ah, to be young again. He looks so happy, almost as if this were all about him. But the chief's expression quickly darkens. However, I looked at the budget estimate, and how can I put this? The total sum is above expectations. I highly doubt it's going to get approved. Oh, no worries about that. I'm sure it'll work out. No, I really don't think it will. You don't know because you're relatively new here, but Japan's been in a recession for a while now. Space development and tech are the first things cut in the budget. The reason we haven't started any of our own giant bipedal robot projects is that the budgets just don't get approved. JAXA isn't a business. It's an independent administrative agency. So for budgets to get passed, there are all kinds of tricky paperwork and government involvement to push through. Of course, I know that. I'm going to be heading back to Tokyo next month, so I'll work something out then. I think it'll probably work out. The chief is shocked by my words. What do you mean, probably? I mean, I have a chance at coming out on top. But this is just support work. And you're still just a rookie researcher. Indeed I am. But I want to do something about this. I don't want their dreams and passion towards robots to all be for naught. I mean this 100%. I can sense a great deal of possibility from those kids. You're a strange girl. Sometimes I can't help but wonder who exactly you really are. I face the bewildered chief and answer with my usual smile. Ah, I am nobody. I'm just a rookie researcher. I don't know. Doubt there's anything here, but nope, not green. Nothing to see. Hello from Space Candy. I just heard something exciting. They're letting me have just a bite of it. However, don't bite your candy. Suck on them. Couldn't keep up with them at all yesterday, thinking again about why I'm here. Maybe we should step in a little bit more. I don't get it either. Got bored midway. They were building it together, remember? Of course you belong here. That's his answer. Like, got so sunburnt from going out for just a bit yesterday. Lol. Kinda stings. Damn it. I'm gonna look like a Kuranko gal from 20 years ago. A Ganguro gal from 20 years ago. You wanna use my sunblock? Oh wait, never mind. It's a little too late, yeah. I feel motivated. This is the new beginning of the Robot Club. Let's do this. Gonna take on the homework one by one. But I don't refuse. Huh? Come over for a bit. Frustrated. Played about 3 hours, 33-1. She wants to have the sunscreen applied to her, I guess. This time of year, nobody sells hot drinks. That it sucks. That's what I think to myself whenever I enter Frau's room. Hydrate? Ah, never a bad idea either. Dr. Pepper. Delicious. Also, we are approaching 50% frames dropped. We're at 48.9. It's been steadily climbing. I haven't seen a green connection meter in hours. I hate it. But at the same time, nobody said frames have been dropping, and when I look at the Twitch side of things, the bitrate, like, it looks like this, but none of it seems to be going into the red, so I don't get it, but it's fine. I was at the hangar all morning, but Frau called me over. It's only a 3-minute walk, so I obliged. What's going on? Suddenly just smells smoke, like... 1 second. I think somebody's just smoking outside my window. Or something's wafting through somehow. It's the life, I guess. Nothing like my room, just smelling like pot. I love it. It's great. So good. So the smell I want at any time of the day. Ranking number 1 is online. Number 1, eh? Commonly known as Takanoi. Naui? Their official handle name is Takanoi 1998. It's probably a play on words since Taka means hawk. Hit it? Hawkeye? But in my mind, she's a girl named Takano-ai. I fought her a number of times, but I lose at a ratio of around 1 to 99. It's rare for me to win. I've always wanted to stick it to Takano-ai and knock her down a peg. I use the tip of my foot to push aside the trash and dirty clothes on the floor before sitting down with a sigh. It's a lunch, so I take the melon bread from Mizuka-san's out of the bag. Frau watches enviously as I bite into it. I never really tried a melon bread. I should. I feel like maybe I have tried one. Not sure. I know they sell them at Kinokuniya, and again, I do plan on going there in the coming week, so I'll have to grab one. Oh, wait, no, I did try one last time. I did. It was good, but the rice ball was just better. Maybe it was just what I needed at that point. Look, you're about to drool. I haven't eaten anything today. But it's not like I move around, so I'm fine eating one meal a day. And thanks to that, I don't get fat. Or wait, are you actually a chubby chaser? I said nothing of the sort. Don't start yelling at me out of nowhere. Can't help but bestow a cream puff upon her. Here, you can have this. You put sleeping pills in this, didn't you? Then while I'm asleep, you're gonna have your way. How deplorable. What arrogance is this? I'll never get married now. If you don't take responsibility, I'll kill you and then off myself too. If you don't want it, I'll eat it. My bad. I'll eat it. I'm just your pet. I'll take anything you give me. Please bestow more upon me. Wow, just flipping 180. I can't keep up with her, as usual. I ignore her, since it's tiring to continue the charade. Delish. Frau munches away at the cream puff and smiles happily. Cream puffs are delicious. Delicious. Hey, so about yesterday. Are you seriously going to implement the kill ballot system into Model 2? If you're making a gun barrel robot, Frau uses her finger to wipe the custard cream from the side of her lips, then sucks on her whole finger. Why? What a messy eater. Wouldn't it be more like gun barrel with the kill ballot system? I didn't think you'd be so big on the whole giant robot thing, Kona-chan. However, that cheeky Four Eyes who tried to force me to make the whole control system is no good. Cheeky Four Eyes? Oh, him. Wouldn't it be more reflective of your intentions if you made the control system too? You're right, but it's a pain. I'm actually terribly busy. I only slept for an hour yesterday. Grin. Even though you're a shut-in? Don't underestimate home security, and I'm not just sitting around idle. What exactly are you doing? KB admin and version updates, browsing the net, emulating 20-year-old Arake, buying thin books on auction sites. Emulating 20-year-old Arake. That's time-consuming, yeah. Yeah, this is the part where you say, this Yashio-senpai. She's a liability if I don't do something about her quickly. She's at least self-aware that she's a mess. But Gunfarrel moves really quickly in KB. Reproducing that speed was possible at the Honorary Prez, but it would be impossible for Model 2. It's too big. Agreed. Which is why we should not just add those kind of moves to the command list. Just not add those kind of moves to the command list, right? We can prepare more unique motions in their place. You mean like different moves? Frau nods her head a number of times. All of KB's animations are combat animations, so they can't be used. It's a trap. If you bring that to the expo, people will be all, who are you even fighting? Am I right? Just having a simple conversation with Frau could be tiring because she whips out all kinds of weird words. You should prepare a few safe motions for the performance that won't put pressure on the joints. And these commands to execute them or something. Huh. Thought she was just kind of spewing whatever yesterday, but I guess she really did give it some thought. So we should use Karate-senpai as our test subject. Karate-senpai? Ah, she means Yuna. Who else could she mean? It was... duh. That tiny senpai seems like such a pushover. Honey her up with a bit of flattery and she'd do anything you want. I mean that in a sexual way. We understood. You didn't need to clarify. It's your character. We gotcha. You really are a pervert, Kona-chan. You're making the face of a villain, the kind who gets killed in 5 seconds by the hero. A minion, right? I understand. Feel free to go all out on Karate-senpai too. Wink wink, nudge nudge, but don't forget to clean up. I seriously don't know what she's trying to say. I ordered motion capture equipment yesterday. I'll contact you when it's here. Me? She probably wants me to talk to Juna and help set up the equipment. If you want my help, you gotta beat me in a match. I don't mind it. You know, this is another time where you might backfire. She made the game, dude. Whoa, she's super into the idea. I heard Four Eyes beat you after about 200 matches. Where'd you hear that? I'm always keeping tabs on your win-loss record. Umishoshi, duh. Don't stalk me using your admin privileges. So I'm pretty sure I could beat you after about 500 matches. Nope, not happening. One battle only. Way to add rules after the fact, Oats. Acting like you haven't beaten up people weaker than you countless times. I set my own terms. Tyrant, lol. In that case, I have my own plan. What? When the match starts, I'll slowly take off my clothes right in front of you. Excuse me? You're a coward virgin, so you drop your phone right and run away. Then I'll boil some water and make coffee. Put my clothes on. Start the Kill Ballad match. Boom! Flawless victory. Her reasoning's not unsound. Is there even a point to the coffee in that process? It's victory coffee. Of course there's a point. You think I'd abandon a match just because I saw a naked girl? Don't underestimate me. If you do that, I'll take glances at your tiny boobs while giving you a beatdown in game. What a sadist, but I like that. Why is she blushing and looking embarrassed? This is becoming a pain. If Frau tries to get me to help, I'll just get Akiho to do it instead. I ate the last bit of melon bread in my hands. By the by, making any progress with your mom? Actually, I'm relying on you for clues about that, Yashio-senpai. Don't expect too much. Next Kimijima report, please. I haven't looked for it yet. Feels like I'm gonna have to search the entire island for it, so my motivation is low. But I can't afford to just sit around either. Subaru can take care of building Model 2, so I've been freed from my duty as Akiho's watcher. Now might be a good opportunity. You really shouldn't just assume these reports are tied to your mom. More importantly, there have been rumors about the Gun Barrel final episode in Twipo for some reason. That's out of nowhere. I recall her telling me the supposed true reason behind the final episode's cancellation. They weren't talking, well, at least not today they weren't. Okay. It's deeply tied to his mother's disappearance, or so she says. The actual rumors themselves are nothing burgers, but I have no idea why they started making the rounds now. It's been almost 4 years since the show ended. There's no reason why rumors about the last episode should be surfacing now. ITGI. Yet it's one of today's trending Twipo words. Maybe someone involved started it? Heck, maybe even your mom. Rumors supposedly started on @channel, don't they always? But it's not like someone actually found the mysterious final episode, and things have kinda calmed. Huh? We had a match. The sound came from the phone droid we've been using for the cheater hunt. Ah, here we go. It's Takanoe. Takanoe's unique ability is her AI-level response time and accurate counterattacks. She shows zero hesitation and crosses every attack pattern I throw at her with insane accuracy. This isn't Yomi. She's not just reading her opponent's moves. This is on a different level. This typically goes from the start of a match all the way to the end. Sometimes you'll get lucky and get a hit in, or she'll whiff on a counterattack and you can get a rush in. But the chances of things going well are astronomically low. Bob Lee at number 3 is a total cutie in comparison. At least he's beatable. However, Takanoe shows not even the slightest hint of mercy. Her defensive game is legit as hell and makes complete use of counters. Since she clearly doesn't mind turtling, she constantly scores perfect victories against top rankers. Takanoe never goes on the offense, so if her opponent doesn't take the initiative, many rounds end up as draws. Kill Ballad is a game that doesn't end until someone is defeated, so these matches go on forever. Usually her opponent will— wait, it's an online fighting game without a round timer? Oh, that's such an awful decision. Oh, that just leads to people trolling. Usually your opponent will carelessly attack out of impatience, take a huge counter damage, and suffer defeat. It's been analyzed on the internet, and the longest game went for 213 rounds of draws, with Takanoe never budging. Her opponent finally lost patience in round 214, carelessly attacked, ate her counter, and was defeated. Despite being the top player in a game played by 20 million, fans don't think too highly of her and her style. When you search for Kill Ballad on Twippo, you always see complaints about Takanoe. Her super reaction speed is on par with my slow-mo, maybe even more incredible actually. I watched the footsies in Dragon Punch, said the legendary fighting game player. Her speed is like that. To be perfectly frank, it's inhuman. If I had to make a comparison, I'd say it's a match against Takanoe feels more like you're fighting a high-level CPU. Just for the record, do you think there's an effective strat against Takanoe? Senpai, you should activate your powers. You know the whole shtick. Release the power in your right arm. Right arm? If it's slow-mo you're referring to, I told you, I can't just activate it at will. Are you saying you need a virgin's kiss to activate it? Then feel free to use me anytime you want. Personally, I'd get terror turned on if the activation trigger was a kiss from someone of the same sex. 4 Eyes, call that cheeky 4 Eyes here. He must kiss you. It'd be nice if she didn't go off the rails constantly. In all seriousness, she might have the same ability you do. I don't have powers. This isn't an ability, it's an illness. Whatever. You better get the evidence this time. I'm using up my precious time here. Brow nods after I say this. Alright, where's the buttons? Man, they really give you a lot of time for that, don't they? One of these days I'll have to lose one of those intentionally. Alright! The moment I'm victorious, I instinctively stand up and shout. Of course, they immediately left. I beat the best of the best! Ooh, that was tough. Your cheats ain't gonna work on me. If this pisses you off, come at me for real. Well, if you had guts like that, you wouldn't cheat your way into first place anyway. I'll crush all the cheaters and take the top spot for myself. The KB leaderboards are determined by cumulative match results, so my win here doesn't change anything. But I'm still psyched to have beaten the best of the best. Man, I was so hyped up. I end up stealing the Senomiya sister's catchphrase. Yashio-senpai, I barely recognized you for a second there. Are you like an arrogant hero who suddenly acts like a sadistic old perv once the sex scene starts? I get it. I get it, yes. Your true nature is frightening, but I'm into it. Ride the momentum and co-tease that cheeky 4 Eyes. Give me now. Yashio-senpai x cheeky 4 Eyes, eh? I thought it'd be the reverse, but it turns out this is the right way. Gaffworth making this into a thin book. Brow starts grinning creepily again, so I decided to not even bother with an interjection. Brow looks down at her own phone droid, hurriedly operating it by touch. So, did you get the evidence? How did this happen? Again? Is your cheat verification software no good or something? No, it's just kind of strange. Strange? How so? Also, hey Pots, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat, also the land of dropped frames. Rosetta, are the network settings right? Verifying. We are very close to 50%, we're at 49.5. Tried watching more. Tried watching more of which. Verification complete. The network settings are correct. Then run a virus check. Starting check. It'll take a few minutes to finish checking. Oh, it's awful tonight, but apparently it's not terribly noticeable. People are probably a bit delayed, but apparently people aren't buffering somehow, which I don't understand. I don't think that's physically possible, but oh, sorry. What's going on? None of this makes sense. Getting pissed. The cheats aren't being detected. But Hanjiro Hatoroshi, who's that? Someone from my group, the Frau Kojuru factory. She's a 23-year-old NEET. It's an odd name for a girl. And she analyzed the data, but for some reason that last battle is being treated as a CPU match. What the? I know for sure that was an online match. And they had Takanoe's handle name displayed as well. I saw that too. I just don't get it. I never thought my cheater hunt operation would end in a failure. I'm so done with this. Maybe none of them are cheaters? Are you being serious? No. Going by my matches with the three of them, they are all definitely cheaters. Humans can't move like that. New buffers that made the chat delayed. Yes, yeah, it's nothing I can do about it. The fact that it's even watchable with this many drop frames is insane. It shouldn't be. Again, almost half of all frames in the past, how long have been live? 3 hours? Have been dropped. That's insane. Humans can't move like that. I completed the check. Virus detected. 1 relevant hit. Here we go. For some reason, Frau raises her arms in victory. Hey, we gotta get rid of this virus ASAP. Shut up, Genki-kun bot. Shut up. Shall I start the virus removal software? Going to analyze the virus first, you piece of shit. What's going on? I thought I was observing the match with my cheat verification software, but it was somehow infected by a virus. Looks like Nakano used it for self-defense. Anyone who tries to intervene gets indiscriminately sent viruses designed to cloud their sight. Actually, why didn't my antivirus software catch it? This is getting crazy. This virus might be why our results ended up so weird. And I'm not letting them get away with giving me a virus like that. It's time to get serious and have my pals in Tokyo visit their homes directly. Whoa, whoa, you go that far? I'm not going to break the law. I didn't have a good sleep night yesterday. Yeah, that was me the other day, so I totally get you. Yeah, I don't know what it was. The best I can say is that it was so weird. Like I'm pretty sure I had some massive bout of anxiety, but that's not something I've ever dealt with before in my life. But like, I couldn't sleep. I was basically vibrating. Like I was so just on edge, and there's no reason for it. There's no reason. I haven't been overworked. I haven't been underslept. Nothing stressful's happened. Nothing super stressful. I don't know what it was for me. It wasn't a cold. I don't know what the hell happened to me the other night. But it's gone. And I slept fine last night. I don't know what it was. But sorry to hear that you're also not sleeping great. Get some rest, for sure. I hope Among Us went well. I really miss going to Among Us nights, but they keep doing them on Sundays. Mind you, not that they should change it for me, but I was like, hey, if you do it Saturdays, I could probably cancel stream every now and again and do it, but Sundays we kind of have locked in. But Saturday just works better for most people, which is fine. I'm not saying they should change stuff for just me. It's fine. But I still miss it. I guess I could always push this to a Monday, I guess, but like, still. I hope it was a good time. I hope people know I'm not just like abandoning them. I want to be there. They sent me the virus, so I just want an explanation. Servers were good, heck yeah. So you actually had to play the official update with all the new swag and goodies in it. My group members are a bunch of weak meats and otaku though. Are they all Frau's yes men like that one choo-choo guy? I'm curious, but I decided not to pry any deeper. Either way, Tokyo is scary, that much is clear. I know, but I wish I was there. I wish I could do both. But, you know. I cover my ears with my hands and set foot into the store. Doc is usually sitting behind the counter, but today he's actually working at the workbench. A big diesel engine sits atop it. Of course, it's the one that was in Gun Build 1. Looks like he started taking it apart right away. Surprisingly, Doc notices me enter the store and turns down the music volume on his own. You're pretty considerate today, Doc. If only he'd do this every time. I almost end up saying that out loud, but swallow my words at the last moment. You're alone. Where's your escort? Oh, he's doing something else. Kai said he had something to do today and left early in the morning. He didn't tell me where he went. I wonder what he's doing running around alone today. Maybe it's related to the monopole. Anyway, that's why I'm visiting the robot club and a clinic on my own today. Either of us could have been attacked out of nowhere, so we try not to do things alone. Or at least that's the promise we made way back when. I'm feeling kinda lonely. If this is about the engine, I just started working on it. I'm gonna take it apart completely and do an overhaul. I'll rebuild it so good you won't even know it was used. Yeah, please do, I'll be waiting. Don't wait, look forward to it. Oh yeah, sure. Isn't that basically the same thing? So, what do you need? Buying parts again? Let me know what you want. I'll miss a little Miss Regular. Doc slightly bends the corners of his lips. Was that supposed to be a smile? If you're thinking about making improvements to your bot, I'll gladly lend you an ear. Really? Do you know what we would need to make Model 1 walk properly? Of course, I ain't called the Robot Doctor for nothing. Oh, that reminds me. When did you become the Robot Doctor? I've never heard you talk about your past. 'Cause there ain't no reason to. Oh, come on, tell me. It was about 20 years ago, back when I quit NASDA. Wait, you worked for NASDA? When I was born, there were 3 space development agencies, NASDA, ISAS, and NAL. They all merged to form JAXA. My dad works for JAXA, so I know a lot about its history. Not like it matters. Tell me what you need. I'm too busy to sit here and chat with you, Robot Club. But there aren't any other customers? Well, he's working to fix your thing. Bummer, I really wanted to hear more about his past. I don't really have any particular business here today. What's that supposed to mean? I didn't come here to buy parts, I just dropped by to give you a heads up. About? You know how the expo is in half a year? I'm going to be using this place a lot till then. I'll probably be asking a lot of you. I want to put together Gun Build 2 in half a year. You're gonna help, right? Right. Granted, this is Doc we're talking about. He'll probably be all, as long as you pay or something. Or so I thought, but I was wrong. Gun Build 2? What are you talking about? I suddenly feel overwhelmed. It's like I can see Doc's aura flowing from his body. Like some kind of murderous intent. Granted, I've never actually felt a murderous intent before, but you get what I'm saying. I was in such a good mood. What happened? Did I step on a landmine without realizing it? Answer the question. Are you angry? I'm not angry. But you look angry. Shut up. I'm always like this. What's this Gun Build 2 you're talking about? New robot. Gun Build 1's development is going to be frozen for now. We're building a new robot for the expo. That's Gun Build 2. You damn idiot. I can't believe Doc's capable of shouting that loud. Thought my eardrums were going to shatter for a second there. No wonder he listens to music that loud every day. Why am I even getting yelled at? Model 1 is a goddamn mess, and you're just going to try and build a Model 2? You're basically abandoning your own failure of a child for a new one. What happened to all that passion you had for that robot? Was it all a lie? No, it wasn't. It was. You're giving up on Model 1 because things didn't work out. You ain't got no guts. This is why kids these days ain't worth squat. Kids these days. If someone thinking like you goes and makes a new robot, it's just gonna end up being another train wreck. Get out. Don't show your face here again. Jeez. I thought you were like your older sister. The sister who left her entire family friends, doesn't talk to them, and abandoned everything? Yeah, I'm glad she's not. Thought you had a real backbone. I'm disappointed. Doc sits down with his back turned to me. It's not like I... He doesn't even want to listen. I know how stubborn he can be. Once he gets like this, it doesn't matter what I say. And to be honest, Doc's words hit me hard. I feel like I've been stabbed in the heart with a needle. I leave without saying a word. I stop and look towards the door for a bit, but of course Doc doesn't come chasing after me. What a shock. I didn't think Doc was so attached to Gun Build 1. Not just surprised, I'm super crazy surprised. I always thought he was more like a dry pro, but he's actually hot-blooded like magma or something. I like people like that. He really told me off. I clutch my chest through my shirt. Like I'm abandoning my failure of a child, huh? I still plan on completing Gun Build 1. I even decided to chip away at it the other day, even if I have to do it alone. That's why I was having Doc repair the engine. I care more about Gun Build 1 than anybody does. Heck, I might even care more than Misa. She designed it. You definitely care more than Misa. She doesn't care about it anymore. But I need to put a lid on those feelings, at least for now. In order to go to the expo, in order to catch up to my sister, I decided to work on Gun Build 2. And I think I made the right call. But if I play devil's advocate and think about how Gun Build 1 must feel, I bet it feels like I've abandoned it. I bet it's tremendously sad and lonely. Feel my chest tighten. Anyway, I should head back to the hangar. If I'm banned from the robot clinic, I'm gonna need to figure out another way to obtain parts for Gun Build 2. Actually, wow, I can't believe the second person to get banned after Michi is me. What a shock. I haven't been to school in a bit, but it's unexpectedly noisy. It's summer break, but the sports clubs are here. Also, that means new day, new Twippo. No C. Seems like my eyes have dulled. Might be time to call it quits. Wow. Regarding the report, I will help you look for it. Over the phone. Yeah. She's gonna... Doc got mad at me. What? The sound of arrows hitting their marks echo out from the Kudo range in the back. There are several bicycles and motorbikes in the parking lot. There are fewer than when classes in session, but it's not empty. That being said, people rarely drop by the courtyard where the robot room is located. It's pretty much just the soccer and surfing clubs who come to take various things out of the storage. Oh, she's actually at school. Right next to me, Frau seems kind of nervous as her eyes wander aimlessly. When was the last time you came to school? Not since the day of my transfer. Yeah, she showed up one day and then never went back to school. At all. Frau came to the island on the same day we returned from Robo 1 Grand Finals. That means it's been over a month. There's barely anyone around since it's break. How are you going to manage when school actually starts? She's just not going to show up. Obviously I'll shut myself away at home. What of it? The answer comes to her like it's the most obvious thing in the world. Doesn't seem like she cares a whit about graduating. Then what was the point of transferring? Geniuses sure are a weird bunch. Enough about me. Show me Iritan. How does Iritan fare in battle? She shakes her phone right at me while making demands. I'm not exactly sure what she's referring to here, but that's not new, so I'll have to just ignore her. Today we're going to ask Irie about Kimijima Report number 3. We're planning to go and search for the report together afterwards. I have no idea where it is though. We might have to go as far as the north end of the island. I wouldn't be surprised if we were scrambling all day. And anyway, why do we have to meet at school? Why not just come to my place? Today's a secret from Aki-chan. That's why I picked here instead of the airport. If Akio noticed us, she'd probably try to tag along. I told Akio that we'd be doing separate things today, and that struck a nerve with her. I mean, it's not like we have jobs to do until Subaru finishes the Model 2 blueprints, so I'll do as I please. I decided to call Irie out immediately. The Kimijima reports seem to be scattered about the island. That means it could take a whole day to find one. Irie-chan, are you there? Take a look around the area and call out to her. Then I look down at my phone droid. Hi, big brother. Iritan's here, yes. Rara leans up against me to look at the phone droid screen. Why look at mine? She knows she could see the same thing if she used her own. I can't believe you have your own little lowly curl at your beck and call. Amazing, Yashio-senpai. Kona-chan, why are you breathing so heavily? It's creepy. And don't press up against me so much. I forcefully peel Frau off my body and push her away. Take it down a notch or I won't bring you with me. Frau was the one who asked if we could search for the Kimijima reports together. That's why I had her come out today. My words finally snapped Frau back to her senses. She takes a deep breath and hangs her head. I got too excited. My bad, big brother. She's definitely making fun of me. I shouldn't take her too seriously. The Kimijima reports are much more important right now. Irie-chan, can you switch to Kijane? Yep, please touch me wherever you'd like. Do I really have to do that every time? It's a pain. I know you've turned into Kijane on your own before, can't you just do that again? Yes, I can. She admitted it? But I want us to be more connected, big brother. So I'll be happy if you keep tapping me like you have been. Sawa. Man, out of context, this sounds really bad. Officer, the pervert's over here. Frau says as her eyes wander wildly. Like you're one to talk. Then we're both perverts? I get it. Being lumped together with her is humiliating. This conversation is going nowhere fast. I ignore Frau again and tap on Irie. Access confirmed. Switching to Kijane mode. Hello, Yashio-san. Apologize. You need to apologize to the 120 million lolicons nationwide. I'd like to hope that number is not accurate. Why did you have her change from that lovely loli? I love little Iritan. I love elephants even more. What? Elephants? But I also enjoy how Gejine totes gets my rotten hobbies. She does. Now's not the time to blush. Also, can you please decide whether you're happy or sad? Behave yourself. If you keep interrupting, I'm seriously not taking you with me. My bad. Frau covers her mouth with her hand and urges me on with her eyes. Gejine, what do you know about Kimijima Report number 3? Detailed location information is unknown. There are 4 unlock conditions, triggers, required to make the AR annotation visible. 1. Find Kimijima Report number 2. Note from Gejine, trigger number 1 has already been completed. 2. Photograph a Candelia candle flower. Upload to IRUO. Use the uploader designed by Irie or Gejine. Species of mangrove that exists in Satsuma Peninsula and Southeast Asia. It has a long, thin white flower. Cool. 3. Focus on the geotag inside Shikura Cavern for 3 consecutive days for 3 hours from 1 PM to 4 PM. That's specific. 4. Stack 36 geotagged stones in the buried gate, or on the buried gate. However, no play stones are allowed to fall. That is all. I want to groan. These triggers are even worse than the ones for report number 2. Like they're not going to get even worse. But when we complete those triggers, we'll get the report? No. When all the triggers are activated, the hidden AR annotation for Kimijima Report 3 will become visible. Which means we have no idea where it is. We gotta look for it ourselves. What a pain. Call me once you activated all the triggers. I'll be at home waiting. Val shrugs and attempts to leave, but I firmly grasp her shoulders from behind. Aren't you a funny girl, Kona-chan? Don't think for a second I'm letting you get away. But weren't you just saying you wouldn't take me along? Things have changed. You're coming with me. We'll split the work between us. Brow looks like she wants to flee, but she's not strong enough. I can easily keep her in place by holding her wrist. But these triggers are fundamentally pretty different from report number 2's. Number 2 is mostly game related, stuff like downloading a game app, getting a high score, or completing a go-kart race with a good time. But this is different. The triggers are all outdoorsy. And then there's the thread connecting them all. It's odd that most of the triggers require the use of IRUO. Why is that strange? Because Kimijima is the one who supposedly set these triggers. But he died 10 years ago, which means he had to have set them before that. Wait, IRUO wasn't around 10 years ago? Guess Frau's done trying to escape. Without me noticing, she settled down. Exactly, yet these triggers all assume I can use IRUO. Isn't that odd? Sure, these days phone droids and IRUO are all over the place. But 10 years ago, cell phones were still mainstream, and smartphones were only just starting to get big. A gadget that was popular in the beginning of 2010, a device which could check email, browse the internet, manage schedules, and function as a phone. It rose in popularity with the addition of a high-spec touchscreen. Talk about predicting the future. I mean, back then it was entirely possible that IRUO could come out and be a total flop. If the app couldn't be obtained in 2019, would these triggers never have been activated? If that happened, all his accusations would have just faded into the darkness. Master's primary occupation was developing IRUO. Even if IRUO never became widely popular, it's highly probable that Master pushed IRUO particularly because it made it easy to set the triggers. Also, the IRUO software is free, so it can be easily obtained online. Thus, it is highly unlikely that the triggers would remain inaccessible forever. That makes sense. I guess there's no point trying to wrap my mind over these triggers. My job is to beat the game presented to me. Though, like I said before, most of the gamey elements from report number 2 are gone. Let's go over the triggers. Excuse me, sorry. Trigger number 1 is done, so we can ignore that. Triggers number 2 and onward are concentrated in the same-ish area. I am a local after all. It's a small island, so I generally know where everything is. Trigger number 3 specifically mentions Chikura Cavern. Actually, that reminds me. Juna and I saw that whale carcass at Chikuna Cavern. I wonder what happened to it. The beach near that cavern is where the gate buried in sand is. Candelia candle grow in the swampy places, so we can find them along the prefectural Road 75. On the way to the cavern, we just take a side road from Road 75. The swamp with Candelia candles is right at the entrance. So, what's that all mean? All the triggers are concentrated around the cavern, so report number 3 must be around there too. I figured we'd have to run around the whole island, but I guess not. Thank goodness. But man, trigger number 3's conditions suck. Talk about high difficulty. Well, it's not so much that they're hard, just time consuming. So yeah, it's just really annoying. We gotta go there 3 days in a row and sit there for 3 hours. I can tell just from this. This Ko Kimijima guy is a hardcore sadist. I was just thinking the same thing. Whatever, no matter how much of a pain this is, I gotta do it. Forget the Kimijima reports, you mustn't search for them anymore. Misane knows something about Ko Kimijima and his whole deal. Then I want to know exactly what. I glance at the clock and notice it's a little past noon. We should hurry over to the cavern. Frau doesn't have her own means of transportation, so we end up traveling by taxi like celebrities. But since Frau paid for it, I'm not about to start complaining. Nobody's around. How did this happen? I doubt anything news here, but... Played 5 minutes in taxi, 1-0. Getting roasted by the sun. I don't think I can win. The sun is too strong. It is. Ano potatoes are so sweet. They're sweeter than sweet potatoes, and they are rich. It'd be amazing to have these in winter. I doubt there's anything new here. No. Okay. She's right, the place is empty. It's exactly how it was when I last came here with Juno. In other words, things are the same as usual. Oh, and that whale carcass is nowhere to be found. Must have been cleaned up. It's summer. We're on a tropical island. Where's the adventure? Too bad, so sad, lol, but I like that. Frau isn't smiling at all. In fact, she's been grimacing under the bright sunlight this whole time. She's so pale that she looks like she could collapse at any moment. Her pasty look really feels out of place next to the tropical ocean stretched out into the distance. I don't see any normies showing off and having fun by the water, so that saved me from punching a wall. Internet slang used in the aughts. People who find happiness and fulfillment in the real world means normal. Markers of normalcy include having a girlfriend-boyfriend, participating in club and or school activities, going to parties regularly, vacationing overseas, and displaying a lack of interest in 2D anime entertainment. Yep, all normie activities. We started to get time. We still got time before 1 PM rolls around. Let's start stacking rocks. The buried gate is right over there. I'm a local, and even I don't know what this thing is doing here. Either way, the gate has been here for ages. Upon closer inspection, there are a number of rocks already stacked on top of the gate. Indeed, these rocks have been here for years as well. Are there more? Is it the same amount? Who stacked them? I haven't the slightest clue. I've never seen anyone stacking rocks here, and I highly doubt that's something tourists would do. I know because there's no explanation near the gate saying that it's good luck or something to do so. Maybe somebody else tried to activate trigger number 3 in the last 10 years? Airi-chan, do you know how many people have attempted to get these Kimijima reports in the past? For example, has anyone tried to activate the triggers for report number 3? Nope. I mean, 0 people? Correct, 0 people. Dang, I don't know why I keep double tapping that. 0 people, you and Frau-san are the first challengers. I didn't expect the number to be so low, or I guess non-existent. Does that mean the rocks here are completely unrelated to the Kimijima reports? Alright, Kona-chan, let's get started. We need to stack 36 rocks before 1 PM. But there's no space. Frau's right. The gate isn't that big. Every spot where a rock could be placed already has rocks on top of it. If we could take these all off, stacking 36 would be simple. Excuse me. But the trigger specifically mentions that we can't move any of the rocks already on the gate, so... By the way, who's watching to make sure the other rocks aren't removed? Now that you mention it... Wait, there's one person perfect for that job. I guess person isn't the right word. Hi, I'm watching. Good luck, you two. She's so happy about it. Airi-chan, could you let this trigger slide if I asked? Slide? What do you mean? In other words, instead of me activating the trigger, could you just make it look like I did? Big brother, are you trying to cheat? The sad face she makes at me is enough to make me feel guilty, even though she's just an AI. You want to cheat, huh? I get it. Cheaters should all die. But this is a different story. Of course we should cheat, SMH. Hey, Kona-chan, you're a genius programmer, right? Correcto, what of it? Can you hack into IRUO and trick Irie-chan? Wow, you're asking me to defile Irie-chan from the inside? Filthy. Why does she have to word it like that? But the answer is no, it'd be impossible. IRUO's security is super ridiculous. It'll take a genius like me months to analyze and penetrate its defenses. Too easy. Useless. Be faster for us to just stack rocks. Today's weather, August 21st for the Yakushima region of Kagoshima, Tanegashima will be clear. Tomorrow's weather, August 22nd for the Yakushima region of Kagoshima, Tanegashima should be clear. Perhaps because she has nothing to do, Irie starts casually reporting the weather. Time's just ticking away, we should get started. Our first struggle came in the form of locating 36 rocks that were flat enough to stack. Combine that with setting geotags for each and every one, and suddenly a huge chunk of time had zoomed by. Trying to stack them as quickly as I can. Crap, there's nowhere to put them. Given how the rocks in the gate haven't been blown off, they must be pretty stable. But the ones you try to put on top of those just won't sit still. Every rock I put on top of the gate just falls right off. This is going to require a gentler touch than I was prepared for, oh boy. So I decided to put this task to the side for now. Kona-chan, since there's two of us, let's split the work. Which one do you want to do? Stack stones here until you get it right? Or keep your phone droid trained on the geotag in the cavern for 3 hours every day for 3 days? Why don't you do both? I said we're splitting the work. Then I'll stack rocks. Damn it, I would have picked this too. Aren't you worried about getting a bad sunburn? I thought something like this might happen, so I brought sunscreen. Too easy. Smart. I personally think Frau could use a bit of color, but oh well. Fine, I'll head for the cavern then. Meet up with me when you finish stacking rocks. I doubt it'll take 3 hours to wrap that up. If you try and run off, I'll make sure you'll never be able to live on this island. Cheers! How very Chinibio of you. Try not to grin. This cave here is called Chikura Cavern. I don't know if we have any tags in here. And I highly doubt Twippo is updated, but you never know. Ah, hello from Space Candy. The Gun Festival is happening today in Nisho Numote-shi. Space Candy will be there too, so drop by to check out the Matchlock Gun Experience. Oh yeah, we read that one. Did I send her meat and potato stew? Okay. The entrance by the beach is low and narrow at first, but opens into a wider space once you hit the ocean. At high tide, the waves push into the cavern in several spots. There's room for about 1,000 people to sit inside. That's why Chikura is spelled using the kanji for 1,000 and sit, or so said the sightseeing map. Locals like me rarely go out of their way to come here. That's why even I feel like I'm about to get lost. It doesn't help that I have no idea where this supposed geotag is. I gotta look around. After wandering for some 10 minutes, I finally locate the geotag on the wall. It's almost 1 p.m. Well, there's clearly no reason for the geotag to be here. It reads flag 3, 316 times 3, which would be odd to anyone who didn't already know what they were looking for. Folks would probably assume it was e-graffiti or that visiting tourists stuck it there to commemorate their visit. But as someone who knows about the triggers, it's incredibly clear to me that this is a Kiwijima report trigger. Did Kiwijima stand here 10 years ago and attach this geotag here? As my mind fills with these thoughts, I capture the tag within my phone droid screen. I seriously have to sit here for 3 hours? Cut me some slack. Can't even play Kill Ballad to pass the time. I have to stay standing the whole time and hold my phone right up. It might be summer, but the splashing waves are cold. This is going to suck more than I thought. And what about the tide? This place supposedly fills with seawater at high tide. I'll just book it if that happens. I guess I'll have Irie to keep me company for now. That took forever. By the time 3 hours had passed, I was dead. Standing up in and of itself wasn't so bad, but having to hold my phone droid up the whole time was worse than I expected. It certainly didn't help that the tide rose midway through and my feet were buried beneath the waves. My shoes are soaked. I really should have worn sandals. I gotta do this for 2 more days? We'll wear sandals the next days. The Kokimijima is a status theory is gaining more and more traction. I collapsed on the beach and the sand is toasty from absorbing the sunlight. But after spending 3 hours in the shade, the heat is kind of cozy. So, you're still at it? This is totally unwinnable. Frau looks like she's about to cry as she continues trying to stack rocks. How many have you gotten to stay? I guess, like, none. Frau avoids making eye contact with me. I keep stacking and stacking, but they fall right away. I'm the modern Sisyphus. Why she said that with a look of ecstasy on her face, I'll never know. I can't believe you've made 0 progress in 3 hours. You should have figured something out. It was the Tengu. The Tengu did it, I swear. She's trying to escape from reality. You might be a genius programmer, but you suck at simple stuff like this, huh? Frau nods her head in response. Our fate is in your hands. Wait, hold on. I'll switch to massaging your sodden toes, senpai. I'll pass. I believe in you. Good luck, big brother. Why did I even bring her along? Kona-chan, stop trying to ditch and help me out. I gather the tagged rocks and stand in front of the gate. Why is this the thing holding us up? Also, it's been 3 hours. I wonder if this is different. So tired, I want to die. I'm getting too hopeful. I need to think about Model 1 more. Ah. I carefully placed the first rock on top of the gate, annoyed. I ended up taking a grand total of 2 hours to stack up 36 rocks. It's already dark. Since there are no streetlights anywhere, the moonlight serves as the only illumination. It's kind of a minor miracle that I activated a trigger in this darkness. Got it though. The next day. I rouse Frau out of bed first thing in the morning, and we head to the swamp where Candelia Candle are located. There you go. Activating the trigger requires me to take a picture of the flower and upload it. I looked at it beforehand, and apparently the Candelia flower blooms at the beginning of summer. Since we're right in the middle of the season, I was worried there wouldn't be any flowers left. I remove my shoes and step into the swamp. I say swamp, but it's half dry, and start checking the Candelia Candle. I make Frau help, but only 10 minutes go by before she starts complaining. I end up doing the work myself. After about an hour, I finally find the flower in question and grab a snapshot. As soon as I upload it, it's displayed in IRUO. 3 hours of pain and suffering await me in that cave in the afternoon. This time I make Frau help. The trigger requires 3 straight days with the same phone droid, so I take turns every 30 minutes to make it more bearable. The tide again starts to rise midway through, causing Frau to loudly panic as the waves cover our feet. I feel like she is good at loudly panicking. The phone's ringing. I'd finally gotten to sleep, but now my brain's slowly rebooting itself. No, I don't want to wake up yet. It's summer break and way too early to be getting up. I don't even know what time it is. All I know is that it's definitely the morning. I was planning on sleeping until noon today since I haven't gotten to do that in a while. I fiddle with my phone droid at arm's reach and reject the call. The sound stops immediately. With this, I can go back to sleep. It's so loud. Ah. Why answer the phone? We can check Twippo. The reactions of the kids on the island are so pure that it makes me feel happy talking to them. They'll say hello even though they don't know you. It feels nice to be here. Ah! A millipede! I closed the doors. How just die. Sorry, forgive me. Just leave. This island has too many bugs. It's not even funny. She asks the club president for help. She takes out 10 to 20 bugs in just her hand. City people are kind of weak. They're used to it. If you're freaking out over one bug, you're gonna have a hard time living on this island. City people are weak. Jesus, so much. Whew. Tag everybody. Robot Club, please gather at Old Airport. It was too easy. I have something I want to show. Oh, it has nothing to do with bugs. Lol. Huh? Eh? What? What happened? Bugs? Oh, that's us. Okay. Let's look around. Basically just anything to prolong and make sure that it keeps ringing all the time, right? Alright. Grind my teeth and sit up. Looking at the clock, it's 10 in the morning. Planning to sleep for 2 more hours. Same. I pick up my phone droid as it continues to ring annoyingly. Good morning, Aki-chan. This isn't the time for good mornings. Have you looked at Twippo yet? You literally just woke me up. So you skipped club yesterday and the day before, then did an all-nighter? I guess I made her angry. It's not like there was anything for me to do these last few days. You should just let this slide. Whatever. I'm headed to the hangar. You come too. Where are you right now? Still at home. Bravo wants us all to gather at the hangar. She has something to show us. Brow asked for us? Is hell frozen over? I'm coming over now. Get ready. What? I just woke up. You've barged into my room when I had just woken up too. That's because we were on the verge of being late to school and you wouldn't wake up. Anyway, I'm coming over. Be ready in 5 minutes. Good luck. God, she's pushy. What does Frau want to show us? KBG report number 3? No. But we haven't activated all the triggers. The earliest we can start looking for the report is at 4 p.m. So what could it be? This is the 3rd time I've been summoned by Frau. The first was to help her move. Second time was to help her with the cheater hunt. She's probably going to make me do something again. I'm heading out. As soon as I exit my house, Akio is waiting for me outside. She's sitting against her scooter, looking at her phone droid. When I come outside, she raises her head and gives me a little wave. Good morning. I got ready in 5 minutes. Must be nice being a boy. So what does Kona-chan want to show us? I have no idea. She suddenly posted about it on Twipo an hour or so ago. I don't know if we've ever looked at the house for tags. Yeah, okay. Nothing there. I have no idea. She suddenly posted it on Twipo an hour ago, so after that, I haven't been able to get in touch with her at all. Good grief. I'd rather not get dragged all over by Frau's impulsive whims. Hey, Kai? Akio is still leaning against the scooter. She makes no attempt to move. She looks down, kicking at the ground with the tip of her foot. What's up? Where have you been the last few days? Sightseeing? Sightseeing? You're lying. Not really, in a way. What's the problem? Did you go to Uchigaoka Park? I didn't. It's then that Akio glances around and brings her face closer to mine. About the monopole. Another one fell. Seriously? Akio nods intensely. I see. Akio, I'd caution you against going there too much. You never know when one will fall. If you got hit in the head, it'd be bad news. Hey, do you really think we can use those things in gun build too? Are you planning on processing it yourself? It might be explosive. It's too dangerous to just mess around with. I know, but if you're that insistent on using it, why not take it to Doc's place? Akio gently shakes her head, a sad expression on her face. I can't. I've been banned from the robot clinic. Excuse me? Did you make the old man angry? Yeah. I don't know what happened, but now's not the time to ask. I'd rather not get her started. Either way, I forbid you from working with those alone. Then what if we hand them over to JAXA and... Wait, I forgot. You're against doing that. Have you considered taking it to another workshop we've dealt with before? Granted, I doubt there's going to be too many folks willing to look into a potentially explosive material. Yeah, I'll think on it some more. Man, I was not expecting more monopoles. Kitchener was right. Let's just leave things as it is. The situation is going to get complicated. I need to protect my little chunk of joy no matter what. At the old airport, Frau is setting up a strange device on the apron. Well, no tags. Twibo? Oh, I should give up hoping that he'll go to college, seeing how he's put his everything into club activities. Usually now is the time he should be studying. At times, boys must prioritize their dreams and passions over stability. I wrote it as boys, but please read it as men, just so you know. You say that, but it doesn't seem that way. I would agree if he showed as much passion as Akio-chan does. City people are kinda weak. I don't get it, but go to the hangar too, June. Alright. Yeah, well... I'm sure it's fine. Once a day, somebody sends a signal up to the sky, and sometimes a tiny little electric particle falls down. I mean, other than a zap, it doesn't seem overly dangerous, from what we know now. At the old airport, Faust... Oh yeah, we've heard that. Juna had arrived earlier, and she's helping. The device is about 20 centimeters wide and looks like a cylinder on its side. There are all kinds of sensors and cameras attached to it. There are 4 in total, wired up to a phone droid. I thought it was Frau's phone droid at first, but it's actually Juna's. The devices are on tripods placed to face each other diagonally. The camera directions form across. They arrived this morning. RGB cameras with depth sensors, 4 in total. With this, we can do motion capture now. Got it. This is also we can capture movement for Model 2, like she mentioned before. You've already got everything? Did you buy all of this? I ordered it all online with a clickety-click. We're on a remote island, so I thought it would take longer, but I was wrong. How much did this stuff cost? All 4 cost a little over 50,000. She's loaded. I'd expect no less from somebody capable of buying an old hotel on a whim. Then I guess Jun-chan is up to bat. Huh? Juna opens her eyes wide. What's all this motion stuff you guys have been talking about? She's apparently been setting up this equipment without knowing what it's all used for. Sad. That reminds me, I didn't tell you. I was so busy with the Kimijima reports that I haven't seen Juna for several days. Kona-chan said that even if she uses the KB system, it'd be difficult to reproduce the in-game animations. So, it'd be better if we made unique motions for Model 2. Huh, really? Nobody told me anything about this. I was planning to tell you eventually, but we didn't expect the mocap stuff to arrive so quick. Plus, Model 2's blueprints aren't even done yet. Having just the mocap equipment doesn't actually amount to much. But now that I think about it, it would be tough to reproduce KB's animations in real life. So the former Karate Club ace is our mocap actor. Actress? Perfect for the gig either way. Huh? What do I have to do? Test. Brow whispers. Test? To see if the machine works right. She's saying we're going to hold a test now. Frau nods at my words and beckons Juna over. Juna looks puzzled, but does as told, and stands in the center of the 4 cameras. As long as you move within that space, you're okay. I'll be sneaking photos of your moves from all angles, Karate-senpai. Sneaking photos? I won't miss a single movement or angle, no matter what. Why is she getting so intense? Bravo, don't tease June so much. Look, she's about to cry. You're an underclassman, so try to be a little more respectful. I wouldn't mind licking Karate-senpai up and down. That's not respect. Yup, you're a perv. I want to go home. Sorry, not happening. You're the only one who can handle the mocap. I'm pretty sure anybody could, but she's probably better at it. Nobody else in the club can move their body with any kind of grace. Okay, that's fair. Think your stream is trying to catch up. I believe it. We're slightly better than we were before. Now we've only dropped to 49.1% instead of 49.8 where we left off. It's better. Slightly. Agreed, June is perfect for the job. But Juna draws closer to Akio and squirms, her face totally red. Not as bad. Cool. Fingers crossed. It's still looking pretty red on my end, but like, who I hope. But I'm scared of big robots. Didn't you say you were scared of life-size robots? Do the giant ones freak you out too now? Juna nods apologetically. When I saw Model 1-kun's test the other day, it was so big and looked like it could fall on me. I was scared. That's why I don't think I'm fit to do Model 2's mocap. I don't see why not. I mean, there is no giant robot about. You're doing this long before even the blueprints are done. I really don't want to be the sub-operator. That's a different topic. But think of it this way, you're only filming its movement. You're not actually piloting the robot. Back during Robo 1, you helped me think up an ultimate attack, remember? The only reason that came to be is because you know karate. The way you move is totally different from us. Your movements are super sharp, they've got heart. I personally think we'll be better off filming your sharp movements versus our limb flailing. So pretty please, June? Akio puts her hands together, and in the end, Juna nods meekly while still hanging her head. I'll try my best. Really? Thank you so much. She's as weak to pressure as always. Alright, the rest is up to you guys. Now where do you think you're going? I grab Frau by the shoulder before she can scurry off. You're the one who suggested we do the test now, Kona-chan. The sun, it's so bright. She looks like she's about to melt away. Is this because I dragged her around to find the Kimijima reports over the last few days? You're like a zombie or a vampire, I swear. Can't you function during the day? Tropical sunlight is like a death ray, SMH. How could any of you live normally in a place like this? How tough are you all? Bravo, you have to at least explain how all this equipment works. There isn't really anything to explain. You just have to move in the middle of the cameras. Press the record button on the phone droid wired to the cameras and you're okay to go. Simple enough. Jun-chan, how about giving it a little test? Let's see how it works. Wait, now? I'm not ready. My clothes are... Don't worry, it's no big deal. Your clothes are what? Juna insists on changing clothes as tears form in her eyes. She's too embarrassed to perform in a skirt. Ah, okay. Ironic, since I saw her practicing in the gym in her uniform before. Frau had her bring her gi with her. It takes her less than 5 minutes to change. I look at Juna's phone droid wired to the cameras and see her on the screen. That said, the image output is totally different from what you capture when you capture someone on screen normally. There are 3 images and each one has a silhouette of Juna colored red, blue, and green. There's a screen swap button that swaps the feed between cam 1 to 4 at will. All cams record at once. Alright, let's have you start with Akata. The Super Hampen, right? Super Rinpei. Just ignore the cameras and focus on moving. Okay. Juna looks embarrassed but nonetheless bows before beginning her kata. I press the record button and film her from start to finish. Yeah. I've seen her perform a few times now, and every time I can't help but think about how weak she looks. About a minute into her performance, she stops moving. Her expression hardens and she has tears in her eyes. Gaze is focused on the camera right in front of her. June, what's wrong? I got self-conscious of the cameras. Just Xbox Connect? Yes. To be fair, an Xbox Connect is just a motion capture device. So, yeah? Everything went white. Huh? Yikes. Her poor mental strength is out in full force. I mean, sure, there are cameras, but it's not like they're broadcasting to TVs or the internet. Sorry. Juna drops her shoulders and stops the performance. Well, you can take your time getting used to it. Hey, Frau, can we look over what she just performed? Yeah. Frau swipes the screen and a video player console appears at the bottom with play, rewind, and fast forward buttons. She presses rewind, allowing us to view what we just recorded. We try replaying it. June, it's so colorful. Thank goodness, you can't see my face. Akio and Juna are also watching the video. The footage appears to have accurately captured Juna's movements. Since it records from all sides, it can actually recognize 3-dimensional movement. We can use this to create different motions, then implement them into the system. Bye. Frau attempts to bail yet again, but I stop her. I want to go home. Frau weakly clings to Juna's shoulders like she has anema or something. Eek, Kojiro-san, are you okay? There's only one way to fix me. I have to read a thin book about Yashio-senpai and 4 eyes. Too easy. Not a single one of us know what she means by thin book, so all we can do is pretend we aren't listening. You all know it's something perverted. That's all, like, you know. Context clues, people. Context clues. He said we can create different motions, yeah, but Model 2's blueprints aren't done yet. How are we supposed to make progress? Just do some mocap after the blueprints are done. Duh. Remind me what the point of urgently gathering everyone here today was? I know I should have stayed in bed. I'm hungry. I guess I'll go grab a bite at a lunch joint or something. By the time I eat lunch and return to the hangar, Frau had vanished. Gotta check Twipo. Hooray, hooray! I'm happy that Frau is motivated too. Having allies is great. Now time to sleep. Good night. Played 10 minutes during lunch. Hard time managing up. 1-0. 16 hours starting now. If you wake me up, I will not forgive you. But before that, I'm going to search some 2DBL media for my pleasure. Get some rest. Not going to say anything. Such a pervert. I see that she's facing herself. I will leave her alone. I gotta face down Gunbuild 1 too. Hey. You say that it doesn't seem that way? Oh yeah, that one. There's a student at the club who's way richer than me. I wish he'd share some with me. At least pay me for helping with the move. Okay, I'll grant he should get paid for helping with the move. But he's also useless otherwise. And shouldn't be asking for, but like, you help somebody move, gotta pay him in something. Money or pizza are the usual standard options. Local public workers have it rough. I guess she really went home. It's noon right now. I need to head to Chikara Cavern soon, but I'm probably not going to be able to take Frau with me this time. To be perfectly honest, she hasn't been much help these last 2 days, so it doesn't make much of a difference. Kai! Akio comes running over. I'm going to head to Kamata Motors for a bit. Rana Motors is a local workshop in Nakatane-cho. It's in the neighborhood, so the robot club goes to them for help once in a while. Not nearly as much as the robot clinic, though. For what? To talk to them about Gunbuild 1's motor. Huh? Akio's still attached to Model 1. I'm not that surprised. She did say she was going to keep working at it. Since she's banned from the robot clinic, she's trying to get help from the other workshops, I suppose. Watch over June for me. She can be a little too serious at times. She's been continuing the mocap test by herself since that first test run. That would mean it's been about an hour. That's quite a while. Sorry, I wanted to watch over her myself, but I can't right now. Well, it's not like I have the time to spare either. Juno wears a serious expression on her face as she thrusts her fist forward, surrounded by mocap cameras. She's not actually performing a kata so much as she's doing basic karate training. The blazing sun is out in full force, so her forehead is covered in beads of sweat. The phrase single-minded comes to mind. She was so focused on the cameras before that she couldn't even move. She's clearly over that now. Actually, I didn't know Juno was even capable of looking like that. She looks way cooler, even gallant, than when she was actually performing earlier. If she could be like this consistently, she'd have no problem at tournaments. But since she's already retired, I guess none of that matters anymore. It just means that in the end, her mental strength wasn't enough. I doubt she was able to ever show her true skills in front of all those people. That kind of mental weakness is a lethal flaw for an athlete. Every time you participate in a match, there will always be your opponent or a judge, always someone watching. In some ways, it might be better to leave Juna alone while she does mocap. That way nobody can get in her way. To test this theory out, I intentionally make noise as I approach her. Excuse me. Juna freezes in place the moment she spots me. She looks at me and forces out a smile. Feel free to continue. Okay. At my urging, she goes back to her practice. But it's obvious from her movements that things have changed since I got here. She's weak-kneed and there's no snap to her punches. Most of all, that coolness she had earlier is long gone. In its place, she looks like she's about to cry. Her gaze is unfocused and she keeps glancing at me. She really can't deal with the pressure. Are you used to the cameras yet? Well, sorta. You're doing incredibly well until you noticed me. Huh? Was I... really? You weren't aware? I think I am. Maybe. Ever since you came over here, I felt embarrassed and nervous. I don't really want to be watched. Don't get me wrong, it's not just you, Yashio-kun. It doesn't matter who it is. But you're able to concentrate when you're by yourself, right? Yeah. Then maybe it'd be for the best if we just leave the whole mocap thing to you. That'd be a problem. I can't do anything by myself. But if you keep this up, you're just going to become the club member who does whatever they're told to do. Huh? Look, if this is just a temporary place for you to rest until you find your next dream, that's fine. I know you don't know much about robots and all, but is it any fun just doing what you're told to do? Not that I have any right to lecture you about this. No, he doesn't, but... to make Aki-chan's dream come true, you, Subaru, and Kona-chan are all important pieces of the puzzle. Especially when it comes to mocap, the performer has to be someone who knows how to move their body. So I want you to give it everything you've got, Jun-chan. Yashio-kun. Juna gets teary-eyed, like she's been deeply moved. I am, super happy to hear you say that. I'll work harder so I don't hold everyone back. That'll go. Anyway, I have stuff to take care of today, so I'm heading back. What? The rest is on you, Aki-chan. Or the rest is on you. Aki-chan should be back in a bit, so you'll be alone till then. Alone? Juna is dumbfounded. I leave her on her own and jog over to the terminal. Now then, it's time for 3 hours of pain and suffering. I'm reluctant to do it, but if I quit now, the last 2 days will have been for nothing. Just as I sit down on my scooter, someone comes riding over on a bike. Ah, Yashio-kun. Tenochi-san is wearing her JAXA uniform as usual. She must have cycled over from TNSC while wearing it again. Hey. She returns my greeting with a big smile. Hello! So, any progress on Model 2? Ask Subaru-kun. We're all just waiting on his blueprints for now. By the way, your shirt is soaked in sweat. I can see right through it. Hey, stop staring at me like that, you big perv. Tanuchi-san Riley smiles as she covers her chest with her arms. Oh, you're not angry? Well, it's not like they're going anywhere, right? Heh. Are all women from Tokyo like this? Brow's also a perv. No, these two have got to be exceptions to the rule. Is she a perv? Alright. I do want to wear something a little more casual, though. This place is crazy hot because of how far south it is. I'm always sweating. Sounds rough. If you came to talk, sorry, but only Jun-chan is here right now, and he shouldn't bother her too much. Wait, are you going somewhere? Pretty much. Oh, is it a date? You could call it that. Going deep into a cave to have a secret tryst with a ghost girl only visible through IRUO. Alright, take care. I wave to Tanuchi-san and head off on my scooter. Waves are starting to approach my feet. The last 3 days have been exactly the same. As it gets closer to the evening, the water starts creeping inward. By the end, it's up to my ankles. Not going to get washed away or anything, but the inside of the cave is chilly, making the seawater feel colder. Plus, since I can't move from where I am, an unexpected amount of my body heat gets sapped away. Look at the clock on my phone droid. I've got about a minute before I hit 4 p.m. I'm looking at the clock over and over for the last 30 minutes. It's annoying how once I'm conscious of time, it feels like the clock stops moving. But if I don't check it, I can't help but get insanely curious about what time it is. I want to get out of here as soon as humanly possible. I want to be done with this for good. The more time passes, the stronger that feeling gets. Am I really going to hang in there for 3 hours? Maybe this is supposed to be a test of willpower. I spent a total of 9 hours across 3 days in this cave, yet the only people I've seen were a young couple. The pair, likely in their 20s or so, saw that someone else was here and awkwardly fled. I wonder what they were coming here for. It's the middle of the summer, and yet no tourists have visited the island's biggest tourism spot. I'm conflicted. It's just a reminder of how far our island has fallen. I get it. With no rocket launches as of late, why would anyone come here over Yakushima, the World Heritage Site? It's not like me feeling bad is going to fix anything. Big brother, it's 4 p.m. I hear Irie's voice coming from my phone droid. She's right, the time on my clock reads 4 o'clock. Has the trigger been activated? Yup, you're done. Good job, big brother. Hey, I got praised. Also, Twippo. Ooh la la, I found some Kojiro X Masamune lovey-dovey stuff. Can't sleep. A bitter smile on my face, I finally exit the cave. I kick off my sandals and walk barefoot on the warm sand. It feels great. I want to just lie down and roll around for a bit, but the sand would get everywhere, so that's a hard pass. Now then. Take a breath and whip out my phone droid. Ivy-chan, let me tap you. Okay. Irie appears on screen on her own. I tap her on the face, and she immediately turns into Gijine. Access confirmed. Switching to Gijine mode. I've activated all the triggers for report number 3, yeah? Correct. All triggers have been activated. Kimijima report number 3's AR annotation should now be visible. Much obliged. So, where do you think it is? Unknown. Despite making it visible, Gijine has no way of locating where it is, eh? The triggers were concentrated in this area, so the report should be somewhere around here, too. Guess I'll start with the obvious spots. The Kimijima report's AR annotation is the classic power mark. I gotta find it. I'll also use Delude Map to pick out potential spots. Oh. Do we actually get to choose? Alright. Let's, I wanted to save. Yeah, there you go. I mean, if that's... We're probably best off buying there, really. Oh, we can zoom out. Good. Yeah. I'm gonna guess that it's by here. This is Hamada Swimming Beach. Shikura Cavern is nearby. Could the Kimijima report be here? Could the Kimijima report be here? Use the phone droid trigger to activate RUO and search for the Kimijima report. Use the diluted map to change locations. Okay. I hope we wouldn't have to zoom in for it. And logic says it should be here. Alright, so it's just gonna loop that. It's not there, maybe a park? I doubt it would be that far north. Like, if we're saying it's gonna be somewhere around here. Let's start at the park. Oh man, we have to actually search for it. This is Hasei Park. Could the report be here? I don't really know where else it would be besides by the caverns. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's here. Honestly, I would have guessed the beach. I feel like now I'm grasping at straws. The beach seemed like the logical place, but maybe it was there and I just missed it. There's the hospital. Could the report be here? Opens 8:30 to 12, 1400 to 1700. Closed Saturday, Sunday, holidays. Phone number. Hey, new geotag though. It's gotta be the beach, right? I'm definitely missing something. Maybe I had to zoom in at the right spot or something like that. Like, I'm getting new geotags, so it's not all bad, but I'm basically just checking the areas over here, but it's gotta be on the beach. There's a robot clinic. See, 7 specifically said, don't lose your way, and here I am. As soon as I can possibly lose my way, it has been lost. Not here. It's gotta be the heckin' beach. It's gotta be. Right? It's just gotta be. Could be a little more thorough than I was last time. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be somewhere else. Looking for a weird green power signal or symbol. There it is. Oh man. Okay. It totally is here. Now I know what I'm looking for at least. User access approved. Confirmed. Downloading. I found it. Alright, I thought I was looking for it in its already lit state. Now I know. I knew it'd be here. Oh, that's gonna be so tough to find if I don't know. Report number 3 has been downloaded. You can read it in the viewer at any time. What a real pain. Report number 2 wouldn't have been so bad if it weren't for the typhoon's timing. That was a major issue. The triggers for this report were both time-consuming and a pain. Apparently there are 7 reports in total. I wonder what the other triggers are going to be like. They might break me. Either way, it's time to take a look at this thing. Oh man, I don't even know what to expect. It's still fresh in my mind that on February 1st, 2010, the President of the United States announced the end of the Constellation Project. The statement contained the following information. The budget saved from the ending of the Constellation program will increase funding to robot-led space exploration missions. Furthermore, it will support manned rocket development by private enterprise, as well as fund development of next-generation engines that will send astronauts beyond low Earth orbit into deep space. This is what was said to the public. However, only a few know that it is all in preparation for Project Atom. Project Atom is led by the Tavistock Institute operating under the Committee of 300, agreed upon as Plan Number 114 in the Human Ranch Project. After Project Noah ended in failure in 2009, this project was seen as a similarly promising venture by the Committee of 300. Yeah, cool. Project Noah, that's not bad at all. Glad it failed. Glad it failed, though. Specifically, it would directly interfere with the sun at its period of maximum activity, artificially creating a solar corona, then release it as a solar magnetic storm. Huh. Definitely seems like there's some sort of solar magnetic storm going across the Earth right now. The resulting solar disturbance would be the largest in history. Again, that seems to be happening. Mad rockets nowadays. Yeah, funny. Expected damage would be the annihilation of roughly half of the human population, with massive changes to the global environment further increasing the number of dead. The goal is to kill off 5 billion people. The project was based off of NASA research predicting that the sun would enter a period of maximum activity for 10 years starting in 2012. Tavistock knew of this in 2006 and began their propaganda operations. NASA's research was purposefully leaked to the world, and in 2009 a Hollywood movie that pictured the world's destruction in 2012 was created. At the same time, the Committee of 300 learned from a report by NASA's Interstellar Boundary Explorer, IBEX, that the reason for the sun's increased activity was the influence of an interstellar-sized energy ribbon, cosmic string, drawing close to the solar system. Project Atom was further adjusted and they moved to execute the plan in 2015. However, as the execution of Project Atom would cause mass chaos around the world, wealthy people connected to the Committee of 300 would be given refuge and shelters either on the moon or deep underground. Reaching the moon would not be done by launching rockets from Earth, but by constructing a space elevator with carbon nanotubes, then flying to the moon from geosynchronous orbit. However, due to the low prospect of completion by 2015, the construction of underground shelters is currently the more realistic option. Yeah, space elevator to the moon sounds difficult. For several years after 2015, human habitation on the surface would be difficult to impossible due to the environmental changes. The only planned activity on the surface would be by livestock, humans included, and the autonomous robots that will manage them. Project Mars, running concurrently with Project Atom, will have companies around the world under the Committee of 300 influence develop and build robots by 2012. This explosive technological progress will make autonomous life-size robots mainstream by 2015. Research on giant robots for military use will also begin. Like JAXA, Project Mars will be explained another time. For now, know that no-name companies in 2009 that become top global corporations by 2015 will all be connected directly to the Committee of 300. Japan's Exoskeleton, America's US Robocom, and the United Kingdom's Liverpool Tech are companies that should be watched diligently. The amount of information here is dizzying, but still, there's one name that stands out to me. Exoskeleton Company. I've never expected to see that name show up in a conspiracy theory from a decade ago. I know the only Gundam I know is G Gundam, and it doesn't feel like G Gundam. I know that Gundam shows are well loved and well regarded. It's just I tend to agree with Aki. I lean way harder to the Super Robot fandom side of things. So I just never really sat down and watched a normal Gundam show. I liked G Gundam for its goofiness and super robot aspects, which would not be the case in a regular Gundam show. Is this just a coincidence? Sure. Is it unavoidable? Canon timeline. Okay. Forget all of this. I end up reading too much into her words. I desperately want this all to be a coincidence. I mean, Misune only joined XK 2 years ago. She had nothing to do with the company at the time this report was written. And she's not even part of the top brass. You say that, but she seems to have many interactions with the head guy. Like many. She's just a test pilot and a PR girl. And what the heck was that call about? Forget the Kimijima reports. You mustn't search for them anymore. What exactly did she mean? Not to mention, Misane apparently knew Kimijima. Hey, Airi-chan. Yes? Would you like to hear the weather report? No, you said you were friends with Misane, right? Yes, but not Misane. Misaki. Did Misane and Kimijima ever meet in person and talk? They did, but Mikasi mostly spent her time talking to me, not Master. Misaki was my first friend after all. And Master didn't talk much with people. What did Misane and Kimijima talk about? Misaki would ask Master questions once in a while. Maybe she was interested in him? What kinds of questions? About my functions, about IRUO, about Tokyo. Also if he was married, whether he liked living on Tanegashima or not. That's about it. It's all just small talk. And I mean, that's normal, right? Misane was only a high schooler at the time. Kimijima was the amazing guy from Tokyo who made Irie and IRUO. It'd be odd if Misane wasn't interested. Did they seem close? I was closer to her than he was. She spent more time talking to me overall. It almost sounds like Irie is competing with her master or something. Maybe that's just how important her relationship with Misane was, especially as her first friend. Did you ever hear them argue? Argue? Nope. If that happened, I'd be sad. Is she really remembering things correctly? Irie's an AI. Unlike humans, her past experiences don't grow hazy over time. It's all stored server-side, supposedly. I have no idea how she works. Do you have any images of your master stored somewhere? I'd like to take a look if possible. Nope. Wait, really? Not a single one? Nope. Irie answers with a smile. Master used me and Gejine to thoroughly erase all of those images. That's why there are none. Kimijima erased them himself because he was pursued by the Committee of 300? Because he didn't want anyone to recognize his face? Is there no way to pull an image out from your memories? Nope, there isn't. Irie shakes her head, looking like she wants to say, that's outrageous. I have no function like that. I see. But I'm curious about Misane. I get the feeling if I search for more Kimijima reports, I'll learn something that I'll regret ever knowing. If you get involved any further, you'll regret it. Yeah, she did straight up tell you that. I really am starting to regret it, Misane. There's a side of you unknown to me attached to these reports. I just hope I'm overthinking things. Irie-chan, there's 7 Kimijima reports, right? Could you tell me what the remaining triggers are? Okay. Please switch me over to Gejine. It's a real pain to have to do this every single time. It's such a pain to just tap your phone screen. It's so awful. So just unbearably bad. No point pushing back. I'd tap on Irie's face. It's so much of a trouble. Considering he's probably holding it like this, he probably just has to... that. That's it. That's it. That's it. Complainer's gonna complain, you know. Access confirmed. Switching to Gejine mode. Hello, Yashio-san. Allow me to give you information pertaining to Kimijima report number 4. Unfortunately, trigger information for number 5 has been locked because you haven't yet obtained report number 4. Seriously? Yes. Guess I gotta do this in order. You sure made this whole thing a huge pain, Kimijima-san. The exact location of report number 4's AR annotation is currently unknown. Downloading unlock conditions, triggers, to make the AR annotation visible. Complete. I will now explain the triggers for report number 4. 1. Locate Kimijima report number 3. Note from Gejine. Trigger number 1 has already been activated. 2. Upload photographs of rocket launches from 4 suggested viewing points in Tanegashima to IRUO. The 4 suggested viewing points are as follows. Hase Park, Uchigaoka Park, Nanairozaka Viewing Platform, Takisake Observatory. 3. Activate Gojiro-kun stored at the Robot Clinic. 4. Test fire a geotagged matchlock gun at least once. That is all. Give me a break. Not only are these becoming more of a pain in the ass, some of them aren't even possible. There hasn't been a rocket launch on this island in 4 years. And who the hell is Gojiro-kun? I sure as hell don't know him. And nobody would ever let me fire a matchlock gun. It's dangerous. We've hit very hard on the difficulty scale. I'm already feeling bummed out. I was planning on collecting all 7 reports, but now I guess I'm gonna have to think long and hard about how I can make this happen. Decided to head home for the day, completely discouraged. Cool, I was looking for a scene transition. Ah. You know what? I'm gonna leave it on this cliffhanger. Should go through it, wanna go through it, gonna leave it. This will be where we start next time. Just for maximum cliffhangerness. But hey, another new chapter. We had free roam of the island for a minute, so we had to actually look around. We had to find a little symbol with the camera, which we are gonna suck at. It's gonna be so hard. But hey, it's fine. Now that I know what I'm looking for, it won't be as hard. I thought it was gonna stand out way more, but we know what we're looking for now. It's okay. Yeah, thank you all for tuning in, thank you all for watching. This has been Vipers of Viperland. The rest of the week we're probably gonna play Shin Megami Tensei, unless we finish it. Who knows, but I'm still really enjoying it, and we still need to make as much progress on it before Endwalker as humanly possible. So we're going to do that as best I can. We got ourselves a monster, a Discord, and a quote, as well as, what's a good sound effect for this? Do you know what?
I'm gonna pew pew. Boop. Oh no, you're dead.
Just cuz. Does it fit? Not necessarily. Not gonna stop me though. Yeah. Sorry for the massive amount of dropped frames tonight. We've dropped to only 47.3% of frames dropped. That's basically, I mean, it's basically a smooth viewing experience right now. Perfect. I'm shocked that it was even watchable in any way, but I hope people enjoyed nonetheless. I really hope tomorrow will not be like this. It's really frustrating. There's not much I can do about it. So yeah. Thank you all for tuning in, thank you all for watching. This has been Vipers of Viperland, and I'll see you all next time.